Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Morning light spilled through the windows of the Occult Research Club, bathing the room in gold that felt strangely cruel against the weight in my chest. Summer break stretched ahead of us. 6 weeks. It should not have felt like much, but standing here, it felt long enough to matter. Rias sat at her desk, sorting the last of her paperwork with practiced efficiency. Everything about the room felt charged today, as if the air itself knew this was a pause, not an ending, but something close enough to hurt anyway. You should still talk to your brother about letting me participate in raiding games as one of your guest pieces, I said, breaking the silence. It would benefit both of us. Rias looked up, crimson hair catching the light as she studied me. I haven't forgotten, she replied evenly. I just don't understand why you're so interested in devil politics. Curiosity, I shrugged. I want to understand how your world actually works. Raiding games are part of that, and they sound fun. That was the safe answer. The real one stayed unspoken. I needed that access if I was going to help her escape Riser. I'll speak to Surzex, she said after a moment. No promises. That's enough. The door opened, and Aquino walked in with Kiba and Kaneko behind her. My attention snapped to her instantly. She smiled the moment our eyes met, and it sent a familiar, dangerous warmth through my chest. We had said our goodbyes the night before. Slowly, thoroughly. I would be replaying those memories all summer. Good morning, she said, already crossing the room. She did not hesitate. Arms around my neck, lips on mine. The kiss was brief but deliberate, unmistakably public. When she pulled back, her eyes glittered with mischief and something softer beneath it. I'll miss you, she whispered. I'll miss you too. Kiba laughed. You two really are wasting no time. That won't be necessary, I replied, keeping an arm around her. Aquino giggled, kissed my cheek, and moved toward the kitchenette. Rias stopped her. We should leave soon. No tea. Aquino paused, then returned to stand beside her. Kaneko sat on the couch, calmly working through a box of wagashi like none of this concerned her. I walked over and smiled down at her. Train hard while you're away, I said. Get stronger. She nodded once. You too. That was Kaneko. Simple. Honest. Kiba stood near the window, inspecting his sword. I joined him. I'll be training while you're gone, I said. Under Swordmaster. When you're back, let's spar. His eyes lit up. I'd like that. Who's a master? I smiled. A surprise. The magic circle flared to life. Departure time. Aquino stepped close one last time, fingers brushing my cheek. 6 weeks, she murmured. I kissed her once more. Era. So bold this morning, she teased. You'll make me miss you even more. Aquino, Rias said sharply. Aquino smiled at me. Bye for now, muscle boy. I watched her vanish. I'm home, I called out later, knowing exactly who might hear me. Kuroka was exactly where she always was, sprawled across the sun loft I had built just for her. I lifted her gently, and she melted into me, purring instantly. I'm leaving tomorrow, I said quietly. Training trip. Kumamoto. Her eyes opened at once. I wish I could take you, I continued, scratching under her chin. But I need focus, and the old man's apparently a creep. I kissed her head. I'll miss you, Kuroka-chan. She froze. I set her down, smiling. I know. Her reaction said everything. Perspective shift, Kuroka. He knew. Not suspected. Not guessed. Knew. And still fed me. Held me. Spoiled me. Still let me sleep against his heart. Fear screamed at me to run. Survival demanded it. But my heart stayed. When he cooked my favorite meal, when he offered chocolate like nothing had changed, I nearly broke. He knew about Chiron. He promised help. That was the most dangerous part. In the end, I ran anyway. Or I tried to. Perspective shift, Toshio. She left. I let myself mourn, then descended inward into my sanctuary. Shinjuku met me there, feeling everything I felt. She mattered more than I expected, I admitted. Of course she did, she replied. So did Aquino. So does Rias. She helped me untangle the truth. I loved Aquino. I cared deeply for Rias. And Kuroka had become something irreplaceable without either of us realizing it. When training began, I poured everything into it. I would become strong enough to protect what I cared about. I returned to myself exhausted. 1:38 a.m. I collapsed in a bed. Energy since flickered. She's close. Warmth pressed against my back. Toshio-kun, I can't lie on your chest like this, Naya. I turned. Kuroka. Not a cat. Beautiful. Bare. Real. I opened my arms. She fit perfectly. Her purr vibrated through me. I followed instinct instead of thought. She followed desire instead of fear. We explored each other slowly, clumsily, honestly. No expectations. No lies. Just connection. When it was over, she curled against me like she always had. Well, she murmured sleepily. I guess I'm not leaving after all. I kissed her forehead. You never really did. As her purring lulled me toward sleep, I knew one thing for certain. Tomorrow would change everything. But tonight I was not alone. And for now, that was enough. I was already regretting the climb to Ryagando Cave. Kuroka's laughter from the night before still lingered in my thoughts, warm and distracting. The way she'd curled against me. The quiet understanding we'd shared afterward. Whatever we were now, it was something real, and leaving it behind, even temporarily, felt heavier than I'd expected. Reality snapped back the moment I saw Miyamoto. He was sweeping the same patch of ground I'd seen him obsess over since the day we met. Morning, old man, I called. That spot still dirty? The broom came flying at my head. I twisted aside, just in time, feeling the wind shear past my ear as the handle embedded itself into a nearby statue. Good, he cackled. If you couldn't dodge that, I'd send you home in a box of crickets. Or a coffin, I muttered, twitching as I stared at the lodge broom. He was suddenly inches from my face. I concentrated Riryoka to my nose out of reflex. Survival instinct. I have rules, he barked, jabbing a finger at me. No magic. No practicing magic. No technology. And absolutely no bathing. What? You must never be unprepared. Bathing makes you vulnerable. That's insane. Good. Insane keeps you alive. I crossed my arms. Fine. And if you clean yourself with magic, I stop teaching you. That had been my entire plan. No magic means no magic, he snapped. I was starting to suspect I'd signed up for abuse disguised as training. Miyamoto spun and marched toward the cave. I followed until he whirled back around. And where are my panties? My eyebrow twitched. Didn't know you wore any. His fist hit my gut before I finished the sentence. The world folded. I hit stone, lungs screaming, and looked up to find him looming over me with the wild-eyed intensity of a man long divorced from reason. Gimme. I coughed, reached into my inventory, and pulled out the white cotton panties. Plain. Ping bao. Acquired discreetly. He snatched them faster than my eyes could track, then sniffed them. I looked away. Even used. Excellent, he crowed, clutching them like sacred relics. Come, I'll show you your quarters. This had better be worth it. The hidden door behind the shrine led into a carved stone residence. Tatama floors. Spartan rooms. Minimal comfort. You sleep here. When you're not sleeping, you train. One futon. One nightstand. You relieve yourself outside. Discreetly. Last time someone saw, my rating dropped. Last time, meals were strictly scheduled. Meditation atop a rock overlooking the shrine. Training in a massive stone hall hidden deeper within the cave. This is where we spar, he said. Where I beat your. Where we spar. Smooth, I muttered, and he kicked me out for groceries. As I left, I heard him inhale deeply. I sighed and kept walking. The next morning began with rocks. Lifting them, carrying them, running with them, squatting with them. They were heavier than they should have been. An hour in, Miyamoto sat cross-legged atop a boulder on my back. You're strong, he admitted, but your sword is trash. I'm currently being crushed. We'll focus on swordsmanship. And Ki. After lunch, he finally got serious. Ki is life energy, he said. Not magic. Not borrowed power. No symbols. No permission. Just existence. I listened. Magic bends the world. Ki asserts presence. It is honesty. He circled me. Your problem is you're full of other energy. Most would never find Ki through that mess. But if you can separate them, he grinned. You'll surprise yourself. I tried. Failed. Got hit. Stop forcing it, he snapped. Ki isn't manipulated. It's allowed. Then he hit me again. Pain helps. It did. I focused on it. The raw immediacy. No theory. Just sensation. Still nothing. Instinctively, I reached for Shinjuku. Hey, no magic. I drew her just enough for the blade to catch light. She's not magic, I said. She's part of me. Miyamoto froze. Slowly, reverently, he approached. May I, he asked. Not me. Her. He nodded once, as if hearing a reply. When he drew her blade, his madness vanished. Magnificent. He returned her with both hands. That blade deserved a master worthy of her. How do you know her name? I demanded. Not important. It absolutely was. Shinjuku sealed my Ryuryoku. Everything went quiet. Then the smell hit. Move, I snapped. I can't focus with you smelling like that. He laughed but obeyed. In the stillness, I felt it. A spark. There, he shouted. You felt it. I did. Good. Again. For 2 hours, I was beaten until my body learned to listen. By the end, I collapsed. Not terrible, he said. Tomorrow we channel. I slept bruised, exhausted, and determined. The next day, he taught me his style. Shinken no tenketsu. Not cutting flesh, he said. Cutting intention. Then he beat me with it. Again and again, until it clicked. New skill unlocked. Shinken no tenketsu, rank 1. I stood. Again. His grin widened. Perspective shift, Miyamoto. The boy had begun listening. Not thinking. Listening. That was rare. That was dangerous. And for the first time in decades, Miyamoto felt alive. He struck again and smiled. I sat cross-legged on the meditation rock at the mouth of Ryagando Cave, the setting sun painting the landscape in hues of orange and crimson. The cool stone beneath me provided little comfort for my aching body. Every muscle, every joint, every fiber of my being throbbed with a dull, persistent pain that had become my constant companion over these past weeks. My shirt lay beside me, the fabric still damp with sweat from my final spar with Miyamoto. I traced my fingers over the fresh bruises blooming across my torso, blue and purple galaxies expanding across pale skin. The old man hadn't held back today. Not that he ever did. Reflect on your progress, he'd told me after I'd peeled myself off the stone floor for what felt like the 100th time. Understand how far you've come, and how much further you must go. Far indeed. The notification that had appeared after our spar still lingered in my mind. Skill level up. Shinken no tenketsu. True Sword of the Celestial Pulse has reached rank 3. 3 ranks in less than 6 weeks. Miyamoto had seemed genuinely impressed, though he'd hidden it beneath his usual veil of insults and crude remarks. Not completely worthless was high praise coming from him. Tomorrow I would return. Back to school, back to the ORC, back to Aquino and Rias and all the complications that came with them. Back to Kuroka, who had promised to stay at the house while I was gone. Had she kept that promise? I wasn't sure. The Nakomata was as unpredictable as she was dangerous. And what my progress? Had these weeks of torture and enlightenment prepared me for what was coming? Status. Name, Toshio Amano. Title, Zanjutsu Prodigy. Race, human. Age, 17. Level, 33. 2200/3300. Health, 100 out of 100. Ryuryoku, 29,275, 1,844, 325/1, 844, 325. Physique, S+. Zanjutsu, S. Ho-Ho, S+. Hakuda, spiritual potential, B. Soul resonance, 65%. I stared at my stats, feeling a mix of satisfaction and frustration. My Ryuryoku levels had improved significantly during my training, yet I knew they were merely adequate for what lay ahead. The supernatural world operated on scales I was only beginning to comprehend: devils, fallen angels, and gods with power that dwarfed mine. I need to keep cultivating if I wanted to stand among them. Still, I couldn't help but feel pleased with my overall progress. When I'd hit rank 2 in Shinken no Tenketsu, my Zanjutsu had finally broken through to S rank. The Zanjutsu Prodigy title had proven invaluable. What might have taken others years to master, I'd grasped in weeks. Not that Miyamoto would ever acknowledge that. I'd hoped my Ho-Ho would ascend to SS once my agility reached its maximum rank, but it remained stubbornly at S+. Perhaps there was some other component I was missing, some aspect of movement or spiritual flow I hadn't yet understood. The runestones from leveling up was really helping my Hakuda. Getting knowledge for free, without much effort, is so nice. "You're thinking too loudly," came a raspy voice from behind me. I didn't turn. There was no need. Just reflecting as instructed. Miyamoto settled beside me on the rock, his weathered body moving with a grace that belied his apparent age and eccentric demeanor. The panties were still clutched in his left hand, now a disturbing shade of gray. I'd stopped commenting on them weeks ago. "You've learned much," he said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. "More than most could in such a short time." I raised an eyebrow. Is that a compliment? Should I check if hell has frozen over? He cackled, the momentary solemnity vanishing. "Don't get cocky, whelp. I could still cut you down before you blinked." That was undoubtedly true. Despite my progress, the gap between us remained vast, an ocean of experience I couldn't hope to cross in a mere 6 weeks. "Your sword," he continued, nodding toward Shinjuku, who rested across my lap. "She's special." "Yes," I agreed simply. There was no point denying what he clearly sensed. "She's part of why you learned so quickly. The bond between you." He trailed off, his eyes distant. I've only seen that once before. A man and his blade, so perfectly attuned that they became something greater than the sum of their parts. I waited, sensing there was more to this rare moment of clarity. "He was my greatest opponent," Miyamoto continued. "The only one who ever truly understood the dance." I wondered who he meant. What warrior from centuries past had earned this madman's respect? But before I could ask, the moment passed. Enough sentimentality. He slapped my shoulder hard enough to leave yet another bruise. I glared at him, rubbing my shoulder. I watched the old man walk away, still laughing at my discomfort. When he was out of sight, I glanced down at Shinjuku resting across my lap. "It's time," I murmured, running my fingers along her sheath. "Shinjuku, would you unlock my Ryuryoku now? I think I've learned what I needed to from this separation." I felt a warm pulse of acknowledgement through our connection. "Of course, my wielder." "Are you certain?" "The old man might notice. I'm about to leave, so I'm sure it doesn't matter." I closed my eyes as I felt Shinjuku's energy flow through me, dissolving the barriers she'd placed around my spiritual core. The familiar rush of power flooded back, like taking a first breath after being underwater too long. My Ryuryoku surged through my pathways, filling the emptiness that had ached for weeks. But something was different. A notification appeared. "Energy system restructured. Your energy cultivation has divided into 2 distinct pathways, resulting in 2 skills. Ryuryoku Mana Refinement. Rank 9, the cultivation and refinement of spiritual energy, Ryuryoku, and magical energy, Mana, allowing for spell casting, spiritual techniques, and enhancing supernatural abilities. Each rank multiplies base Ryuryoku. Key cultivation. Rank 1, the cultivation of life, force energy that flows through the physical body. Enhances physical capabilities and allows for techniques that transcend normal human limitations. Notice, these systems can be utilized simultaneously with practice, requiring harmony between body and spirit. Current soul resonance insufficient for complete synchronization. I frowned, examining the notification closely. The division made sense. Ki and Ryuryoku were fundamentally different energies, after all. One flowed through the physical body, the other through the soul. But I hadn't expected my system to formalize the distinction so clearly. I was happy I finally unlocked a skill for Ki, though. Interesting, I muttered, focusing inward to feel the difference between the two energy types. My Ryuryoka flowed like liquid light through spiritual channels, while my newly awakened ki felt more like electricity running through my muscles and bones. I tried directing both simultaneously, attempting to enhance my physical body while maintaining a spiritual shield. But the energies clashed, creating a jarring dissonance that made me wince. Not ready for that yet, I see. I glanced at my soul resonance, 65%. Still too low for perfect harmony between the different aspects of my power. I need to develop my bond with Shinjuku further before I could truly unite these systems. For now, I decided to experiment with what I could do. I let my Ryuryoka settle and focused entirely on my ki, directing it to flow through my limbs. Another notification appeared. New skill unlocked. Ki body enhancement. Rank 1 channels life energy within the physical body, enhancing strength, speed, perception, and durability beyond human limitations. Current rank enhancement provides x 1.2 of base levels. Cost 20 points of ki energy per second. Ki unlocked. Base ki levels now in status. Lifespan extended. You will age 1.5x slower past the age of 20. Base ki, 500-500. Notice, fusion of skills is possible once certain conditions are met. Skills that can be fused. Ryuryoka body enhancement, ki body enhancement, Ryuryoka mana refinement, ki cultivation, Ryuryoka dominion. Hot. Well, that was a welcome surprise. I wondered if I ranked that up more, if that aging rate would get even slower. But the 1.2 made me frown soon after. That was much weaker than Ryuryoka body enhancement. Ki couldn't be that much weaker, could it? Would you look at that? I almost jumped, the old man's voice right next to my ear. Then his stench hit me, something I had unfortunately grown used to over the last few weeks. You're actually circulating ki. I didn't expect that. He had his hand on his chin. His perception of things was scary. Yeah, but it still seems pretty weak. The ceiling seems pretty low for his enhancement. That's odd. Just circulating ki is providing a mild enhancement for you. He started walking around me, looking at me like an interesting science project. You're weird, you know that? First you're strange mana, now this. I couldn't tell if that was an insult or not, coming from him. He continued, ignoring my mild glare. Usually, unlocking ki provides passive effects. Generating the active flow of ki and nature energies is called senjutsu. He squatted down on the rock, staring at my stomach, as if he was peering into my energy core. He was uncomfortably close, too. He, of course, ignored my discomfort. What can senjutsu do? I asked, trying to distract myself from his closeness. It can provide physical enhancements, like how well you can take a punch. My instinct was to search for an attack, waiting for the old man to throw a punch. He merely continued. It can also be used to sense the ki and aura of others. Some people can use it to heal injuries, both physical and spiritual. Even rarer, people can use it to manipulate nature itself. He scratched his beard. I had to try really hard to ignore what looked like small bugs fall out of it. Gross. He finally stepped back. There are those who can use senjutsu to an even more extreme degree, forming tuki, the external manifestation of ki. Tuki is where the real power is, increasing speed, strength, and durability to extreme levels. He looked me up and down. You're not ready for it. Also, do me a favor, don't try senjutsu. It has a habit of causing people to go loonier than a rabbit on crack. So like you. Smack. More of a berserker rage. I rubbed the growing bump on my head. Once again, I hadn't even seen him move. Tuki looks like this. I saw a bright white aura form around the old man, expanding several feet out from him. HMPF. I grunted. It felt oppressive, like a physical weight was pressing down on me. I thought only Ryatsu could do that. And soon after, it disappeared like it hadn't even been there. Oh yeah, weak cannon fodder like you can handle that. He laughed. The term made me feel strangely inadequate. I really didn't want to be a lowly one-piece marine. I noticed the ground below him was cracked like a spider web. You're the caretaker here, right? Pretty sure caretakers aren't supposed to damage historical sites, I said, pointing towards it. Miyamoto looked down. Oh, whoops. The old man scratched the back of his head. Know any good contractors? Hearing him ask that seemed out of character. No. He looked at me, then laughed. Oh well. He shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, you got any questions, Brat? No, but I do have some in mind to help me learn Senjutsu and Tuki. Oh yeah, that dangerous cat of yours. Yeah, that should be fine. He waved his hand in front of his face. I expect you to be much further along then, when you come back then. If not, I didn't like the gleam in his eye. You might die. I couldn't help but sweat drop at his sadistic expression. Anyway, you can go home now. I'm tired of teaching a brat like you. Oh, I'm sure. I knew he hadn't taught anyone else. So the fact he was teaching me at all, I'm sure he didn't mean half of what he said. Probably. He started to walk away. Miyamoto-sensei. He stopped and looked over his shoulder. I got off the rock and stood, bowing to the legendary swordsman. Thank you for your instruction. I felt genuine gratitude. There was no way I would have made this much progress on my own. His instruction and teaching, despite his odd rules, had been invaluable. Oomph. See you in 115 days. He started to walk back into the living area. What a weird, scary, and mysterious old man. I watched him disappear into the shadows of the cave entrance, then gathered my belongings. My shirt was still damp, but I pulled it on anyway, wincing as the fabric pressed against my fresh bruises. 115 days. That meant he expected me back during winter break. The thought of enduring his training methods in the dead of winter made me shudder, though I suspected the cold would be the least of my concerns. Before I could leave the shrine, the old man popped up again, impeding my path. And don't forget my panties. The old, soiled pair were thrown with such force, there was nothing I could do to dodge. My life flashed before my eyes. In what felt like slow motion, the fabric impacted my face. I fell back like it was a physical blow. Are you fucking crazy, old man? I struggled to hold back a gag. I immediately summoned a spell to blast my face with water. Over the sound of rushing water, I heard him laughing like a madman. Once I was done trying to cleanse my face from the biohazardous attack, I glared at the walking biohazard in front of me. I'd hit him, but he'd just dodge and hit me instead. I know. It happened several times. And bring some sexier ones this time. The innocent ones are nice, but it doesn't beat the more mature styles. Why was he talking about it like a connoisseur? I suddenly regretted thanking him. You're repugnant, I said flatly. Why thank you, dear student, he said sagely. IT wasn't a compliment. I yelled. He only laughed that insane laugh again. I gathered myself and stood. I saw the code 2316 instead of a 2319. I raised my hand and cast an acetylene napalm at it. I watched it burn for 30 seconds. I glared at the old man. Thanks for dealing with the trash you threw on the ground. It didn't have any more of their essence anyway, just mine. How could he say that with a straight face? I sighed with a wince. Bye, my Ovile. I might be back next break. I was actually considering not coming back. I left the shrine without looking back. I made my way down the mountain path, my legs protesting with each step. But home wasn't my destination. It was a local hotel. I needed a shower now. I absolutely reeked, and I still felt contaminated from the earlier biohazard incident. Are you ready to return to our complicated life? Shinjuku's voice whispered through our bond, tinged with amusement. As ready as I can be, I replied silently. The Nakomata will be interesting to see again. And your lightning priestess? The thought of Akino sent warmth through my chest, cutting through the physical ache. Had she missed me as much as I'd missed her? The memory of our last night together at the festival felt both distant and immediate. Her laughter, the way she'd trusted me with her pain about her mother, the promise in her eyes when we'd said goodbye. And Rias, the complicated tangle of feelings there hadn't resolved itself during my absence. If anything, the distance had only made me more aware of how much I cared for her, despite the walls she'd built between us. By the time I reached the base of the mountain, the sun had fully set. The walk to the local hotel would take another hour, but I found myself oddly reluctant to hurry. These past weeks had been hell, but they'd also been clarifying. Away from the supernatural politics and relationship complications, I've been able to focus purely on growth, on becoming stronger. though not being able to work on magic was a bummer. I was making pretty big strides. 1. I pulled out my phone as I walked and turned it on for the first time this trip, surprised to see several missed messages. The first few were from Aquino, photos of the underworld, little updates about her training, messages saying she missed me, and a few racy pictures of her. Each one made me smile despite my exhaustion. The selfies stirred something in me that desperately wanted to touch her now. Before certain reactions could manifest, I responded, "Sorry, my phone has been off this whole time. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. I've missed you more than you know. Expect a warm, physical reunion. To my surprise, she responded back very soon after. I can't wait, muscle boy. A union sounds perfect. I couldn't help but chuckle at her innuendo. I had missed hearing those on the daily. I appreciate the selfies. You're as sexy as ever. Oh my. Toshi-kun, that's the first time you called me that. I think that deserves a reward. 2. Yeah, that was the first time. Thinking back on it, I thought. I wondered what the reward might be. Then a notification pinged. It was another selfie. Man, her boobs were perfect. Fuck Aquino. In due time, muscle boy. The play on words sent a shiver down my spine. Before I could get worked up any further, I moved on to the next message. It was from Rias, formal and brief. Hope your training is going well. We return tomorrow evening. And surprisingly, one from an unknown number. The house is still standing. I'm out of chocolate. Make me more when you get back. I snorted in amusement. So Kuroka had stayed after all. That was something to look forward to, or worry about. If she's not going to be in her cat form anymore, I wondered if she'd eat more. I got to the hotel, which also happened to have a hot spring. I hadn't tried one of those yet. While checking in, I could tell the woman at the counter wincing at my appearance and likely odor. I didn't blame her. I mumbled an apology and paid quickly, eager to escape her judgmental stare. The hot spring was exactly what I needed. The mineral-rich water would help ease the accumulated phantom aches from weeks of Miyamoto's brutal training. I got to my room and finally took a proper shower. The water ran dark at first from weeks of accumulated grime and sweat. I scrubbed until my skin was pink, washing my hair 3 times to get rid of the lingering scent of cave dust and old man stench. 20 minutes later, I sank into the steaming water of the hot spring with a groan of relief. The heat penetrated deep into my muscles, loosening knots I hadn't even realized were there. For the first time in weeks, I allowed myself to truly relax. As I soaked, I found my thoughts drifting to what awaited me tomorrow. The ORC would be back from their summer training in the underworld. I wondered how much stronger they'd become, what new techniques they'd learned. That spar with Kiba should be fun. My phone, safely placed on the edge of the spring, buzzed with another message from Aquino. I reached for it, careful not to drip water on the screen. I can't stop thinking about our last night together. The festival, the fireworks, the way you held me. The memory sent warmth through me that had nothing to do with the hot spring. I typed back with one hand, keeping the other submerged. I've thought about it every day. It's helped keep me going this whole time away from you. I've longed for your touch. Her response came quickly. Show me when you get back. I want to feel how much you miss me. Be ready, naughty girl. She just responded with a heart eyes emoji. I set the phone aside before I could get too worked up. Tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. I returned to my room. Clean for the first time in over a month, I collapsed onto the hotel's soft mattress. It felt like luxury after weeks of sleeping on that thin futon. My body began to relax completely, the hot spring and shower having worked their magic on my battered muscles. But sleep didn't come easily. My mind raced with thoughts of tomorrow, seeing Aquino again, facing whatever complications awaited with Rias, dealing with Kuroka in her human form. The dynamics had shifted during our separation, and I wasn't sure how to navigate the new landscape. I thought about Miyamoto's parting words about Kuroka helping me learn Senjutsu and Tuki. The old man had been right. She would be the perfect teacher. Her mastery of ki was far beyond anything I could achieve on my own. And unlike Miyamoto, she probably wouldn't try to kill me during training. Probably. Triple X. The journey back to Kuo the next day was uneventful, though I could feel the excitement building with each passing mile. I was beginning to dislike traveling by plane. It was too slow. When I finally reached my front door, the sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the familiar neighborhood. I stood there for a moment, key in hand, savoring the anticipation of being home. As I stepped inside, the familiar scent of home enveloped me, but with subtle differences. I noticed immediately that something felt different about the air. Reaching out with my senses, I detected several magical barriers layered throughout the house. Inconspicuous, but definitely present. Protection wards, concealment spells, and what felt like anti-scrying measures. My gaze drifted to the sun loft I'd built, where a small black cat lay curled in a tight ball on her cushion, seemingly fast asleep. The sight brought an unexpected smile to my face. "Hey, Kuroka, I'm home," I called out softly. Her reaction was instant. Golden eyes snapped open, and in one fluid motion, she leapt from her perch. Midway through the air, her form shifted and expanded in a blur of shadow and light. Before I could blink, a very naked, full-size Kuroka had thrown herself into my arms, wrapping herself around me like a second skin. "Toshi-kun, you're finally back, Naya," she exclaimed, her face buried against my neck. I chuckled, returning her embrace without hesitation. Her skin was warm against mine, her scent familiar and comforting after weeks away. "I see you've been busy," I said, nodding toward where I'd sensed one of the barriers. "Nice security setup." She pulled back just enough to look at me, her golden eyes scanning my face intently. "Can't be too careful, Naya." Her hands moved to my shoulders, then down my arms, squeezing appreciatively. You've gotten even more muscular. So manly now. 6 weeks of hellish training will do that," I replied with a wry smile. "My instructor was unconventional. I bet he wasn't as good-looking as me, though, Naya." Her hands continued their exploration, trailing over my chest and abdomen with obvious appreciation. He was an unwashed, 400-year-old pervert who threw a pair of used panties at my face. So no, not quite as good-looking. Kuroka's laughter filled the house, bright and genuine. "I've missed you," she admitted, suddenly serious. "Your cooking, your warmth at night. This house feels empty without you." Something in my chest tightened at her words. "You have no idea how much I missed it, too. In my kitchen, I've been dreaming about cooking in a proper kitchen for weeks." Her smile turned mischievous. "Does that mean you'll make me something delicious tonight, Naya?" "Of course." I gently disentangled myself from her embrace. "Let me get settled first, and then I'll see what we have." As I headed toward my room, my thoughts drifted to Aquino. She would be back in town by now, probably settling in at the ORC house. The urge to see her was almost overwhelming, to hold her, to tell her everything I'd learned, to feel her lips against mine again. I want to call her right away, but decided to wait until morning. Tonight belonged to homecoming. Rias would be there too, of course, but I suspected she would maintain that polite distance she'd established before the break. The thought brought a familiar ache, but I pushed it aside. One complicated relationship at a time. After a shower, I found Kuroka in the kitchen, now dressed in her usual black kimono minus the decorative beads. The garment hung loosely off one shoulder, revealing just enough skin to be distracting without being completely indecent. "What would you like for dinner?" I asked, surveying the contents of the refrigerator. "Surprise me, Naya. Everything you make is delicious." I settled on preparing grilled salmon with a miso glaze, accompanied by fresh vegetables and steamed rice. The familiar rhythm of cooking soothed me, bringing a sense of normalcy after weeks of living like a cave-dwelling hermit. Kuroka watched from the nearby bar stool, occasionally stealing pieces of food when she thought I wasn't looking. I pretended not to notice, enjoying the domestic tranquility of the moment. Dinner was a relaxed affair, with me regaling tales from my time at Riagando Cave. "Well, I might let you take my panties as tribute, but I never wear any, Naya." Her verbal tick was said seductively. I snorted in amusement. "You're incorrigible." I'm honestly surprised you're wearing clothes now. I can't afford to keep me warm in this form. I need something. After dinner, we retired to the bedroom. The familiar comfort of my own bed felt like heaven after weeks on that threadbare futon in the cave. Kuroka wasted no time curling up beside me, her naked body warm against mine, assuming her now normal position with one leg draped over mine. I really did miss you, Naya, she murmured, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest. The bed was so cold without you. I missed you too, I admitted, surprising myself with how true it was. I had thought I'd mainly miss Akino, but I came to find out I miss Kuroka just as much. Toshio, the uncharacteristic seriousness in her voice immediately grabbed my attention. What is it? I asked softly. She looked into my eyes. She almost seemed guarded. How did you know about me? Who I was? How was I going to answer that? How much should I reveal? I have a unique ability to find out the names of people. It's kind of difficult to explain how it works. She adopted an adorable expression of mild confusion, likely never having heard of this ability before. When I was doing my research on the supernatural world, naturally, I looked into all of the most wanted people in each major faction. And I gotta say, SS must be an impressive indication of how strong you really are. She held a conflicted expression. Why do you trust me? I'm the most wanted criminal in the underworld, wanted for murder. I could tell she was becoming more guarded. How do you know I won't kill you in your sleep or when your guard down? She held up a finger coated in what I now knew was Tuki, shaped like a blade, tracing different vital points of my torso. Her eyes never left mine. I wondered if her senjutsu could tell if someone was lying. I met her gaze steadily, feeling the sharp point of her ki-enhanced finger against my skin. There was real danger in her golden eyes now. Not the playful cat I'd grown accustomed to, but the SS-class criminal who had survived years of being hunted by the most powerful devils in existence. Because, I said quietly, not moving away from her lethal touch, if you were going to kill me, you would have done it already. You've had months of opportunities. Her finger pressed slightly deeper, and I felt the skin give way just enough to draw a thin line of blood. That's not an answer, Naya. Isn't it? I shifted slightly, not to escape her touch, but to look at her more directly. Kuroka, you could have killed me the first night you showed up as a cat. You could have done it any of the dozens of times I was completely vulnerable, sleeping, showering, distracted with cooking. Hell, you could have done it last night when we were intimate. The pressure from her finger eased fractionally, though it remained poised over my heart. You want to know why I trust you? I continued, my voice growing more confident. Because in all those months, you never once acted like the monster they painted you as. You were gentle, affectionate, lazy. You made this house feel like a home instead of just a place I happened to live. A spark of amusement flashed through me when I saw her react proudly to calling her lazy. Then her expression flickered, uncertainty creeping into those predatory eyes. And because, I added, reaching up to gently wrap my hand around her wrist, not to stop her, but simply to touch her, I've seen how you look when you think about your sister. That's not the face of a heartless killer. That's the face of someone who sacrificed everything to protect what mattered most. The key blade at her fingertip wavered, its deadly edge becoming less defined. You don't know what I did, she whispered, her voice barely audible. You don't know the blood on my hands. No, I don't, I admitted, but I know you, the real you. The woman who purrs when she's content, who gets excited over chocolate, who built magical barriers around this house to keep us safe. The woman who stayed when she could have run. Her hand began to tremble, the deadly energy dissipating entirely. Toshiko, whatever you did, whatever they say you did, I don't care, I said firmly. The Kuroka I know, the one lying in my arms right now, isn't capable of the cold-blooded murder they accuse you of. And if you did kill your master, I'm betting you had a damn good reason. Tears began to form in her golden eyes, and she looked away. You're too trusting, Naya. It's going to get you killed someday. Maybe, I conceded, pulling her closer until her head rested against my chest. But I'd rather trust and be wrong than live my life suspecting everyone around me. She was quiet for a long moment, her breathing gradually evening out as the tension left her body. When she spoke again, her voice was muffled against my skin. He was going to experiment on Chiron. She said so quietly I almost missed it. My master. He'd been researching ways to artificially enhance Nikomata abilities. He wanted to use her as a test subject. My jaw tightened, anger flaring hot in my chest. So you stopped him. I killed him, she corrected, her voice hollow. With Senjutsu, I made it look like he'd gone mad with power, lost control of his own ki. The other devils bought it initially, but eventually they figured out the truth. And Kaneko, she never knew, still doesn't. Kuroka's arms tighten around me. She thinks I murdered him for power, that I went insane and abandoned her. It was better that way, safer for her if she hated me. The pieces clicked into place. The SS-class bounty, the years of running, the way her face twisted with pain whenever Kaneko was mentioned. She'd let her sister believe the worst about her to protect her from the truth. That's why you want my help with her, I realized. You want to tell her the truth. I want my sister back, she whispered, and I felt tears dampen my chest. I want her to know that I never stopped loving her, that everything I did was to keep her safe. I stroked her hair gently, marveling at how soft it was. We'll figure it out. Together. She lifted her head to look at me, eyes still glistening. You really mean that, don't you? Even knowing what I am, what I've done, especially knowing what you've done, I replied firmly. You killed a devil who was going to hurt your sister. In my book, that makes you a hero, not a criminal. But that's not all I've done, she continued softly. I've done many bad things while I've been branded a criminal. But did you want to do those things? Or did you do them to survive? She looked at me. To survive. Her voice almost seemed broken. Then to survive, stay with me instead. You can leave all that behind you. I try to provide an out. She looked down. I can't. Vala would be upset. And it wouldn't just be me put in danger, she said, glancing at me before looking down again. I don't know what they do to Chiron, and I'm not confident in my ability to stop the White Dragon Emperor. Give me time. I see you can use Tuki, along with my other training. If you could train me in Senjutsu and Tuki, I promise that I'll become strong enough to protect you from anything. Her smile was radiant, transforming her entire face. You fool! You have no idea what you're saying. Before I could react, she pressed her lips to mine in a kiss that was desperate and grateful and full of emotions I couldn't begin to name. When we finally broke apart, she rested her forehead against mine. Thank you, she breathed, for believing in me, for seeing me. Always, I promised and meant it. We lay in comfortable silence for a while, her breathing gradually becoming deeper and more regular. Just as I thought she might be falling asleep, she spoke again. So, she said, her voice taking on a more familiar, teasing tone, about that Senjutsu training you mentioned. I chuckled, relieved to hear the playfulness returning to her voice. Eager to start teaching me. Oh, I'm eager for many things, Naya. Her hand began trailing down my chest again, but this time the touch was purely sensual rather than threatening. I noticed she used Senjutsu to heal the scratch she caused. But we should probably start with the basics. Key manipulation, nature energy sensing, that sort of thing. And Tuki. Eventually, she propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at me with renewed confidence. But first, you need to learn not to die when I accidentally hit you too hard during training. Accidentally? I raised an eyebrow. Her grin turned wicked. Well, mostly accidentally, Naya. I groaned, already dreading what I'd signed myself up for. Why do all my teachers seem to enjoy inflicting pain? Because pain is an excellent teacher, she said, echoing Miyamoto's words. Besides, I'll make it worth your while afterward. The promise in her voice sent heat coursing through me, and I found myself looking forward to this new phase of training despite the inevitable bruises. When do we start? I asked. This weekend, she decided, settling back down against my chest. Tonight, I just want to enjoy having you home. Hearing her call my house home made me happier than I was expecting. Sound perfect to me. For now, we can start with another training. It's my understanding someone isn't very experienced with women, Naya. Her hand drifted lower, slipping beneath the waistband of my briefs with practiced ease. "Let me show you what I can teach." Her voice was low and sensual. What followed was a blur of sensation, her mouth hot and demanding against mine, her body sliding down until her face was level with my hips. I groaned as she took me in her mouth, the wet heat overwhelming after weeks of monastic isolation. 3. Not to be outdone, I pulled her hips toward me, positioning us in the intimate configuration that gave this act its numerical name. Her taste was intoxicating, her moans vibrating against me as I returned the pleasure she was giving. She tasted just as good as Aquino. We lost ourselves in each other, communicating through touch and taste rather than words. When we finally lay spent and satisfied, her head resting on my thigh as she caught her breath, she looked up at me with those piercing golden eyes. "That was just the appetizer, Naya," she purred. "But you should know, I'm not ready to go all the way with you yet. You're not yet worthy to become my mate." I nodded, running my fingers through her silky black hair. "I understand. You'll have to earn that privilege," she continued, her tone half teasing, half serious. "This pussy cat is very selective in who she chooses as a mate, you know." An idea formed in my mind. "How about a deal?" "I'm listening, Naya." Her ears perked up with interest. "Once I help resolve things between you and Kaneko, get your relationship back on track, then we could take that step. And in the meantime, I'll let my hand trail suggestively down her spine. We can still enjoy other pleasures," she finished, a slow smile spreading across her face. "I accept your terms, Toshiko-en. Though I warn you, fixing things with Chiron won't be easy." "Nothing worthwhile ever is," I replied, thinking of all the challenges that lay ahead. Not just with Kuroka and her sister, but with Aquino, with Rias, with the supernatural world that seemed determined to draw me deeper into its conflicts. Kuroka shifted, moving up to lay her head on my chest in her familiar position. Her purr rumbled against me, comforting and familiar. "Good night, Toshiko-en." "Good night, Kuroka." I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of exhaustion from my journey finally catching up to me. Tomorrow would bring its own complications. Seeing Aquino again, navigating my strained relationship with Rias, planning how to help Kuroka reconcile with her sister. But for now, I allowed myself to simply enjoy the moment. The comfort of my own bed, the warmth of Kuroka's body against mine, and the satisfaction of being home. As sleep claimed me, I couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed since I first arrived in this world. From a lost soul with nothing but a strange system and a living sword to someone with genuine connections, real relationships, complicated as they might be. For better or worse, I'd found my place here. And tomorrow, I would see Aquino again. The thought sent another wave of warmth through me as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up early, feeling a rush of anticipation I hadn't experienced in months. After texting Aquino to meet me outside the Gremory Peerage House before school, I found myself standing there at 7:15 a.m. sharp, straightening my uniform jacket for the third time. 6 weeks away from her had felt like an eternity. When the door finally opened, my heart skipped a beat. "Toshiko-en." Aquino's voice rang out like music as she launched herself at me. I caught her easily, my arms wrapping around her waist as if they belonged there. Her familiar scent, a mix of lavender and ozone, enveloped me as our lips met in a kiss that was brief but held all the longing of our separation. Heat rushed through me at the contact, reminding me just how much I'd missed her. "You're coming with me," she declared, her violet eyes sparkling with mischief as she grabbed my hand. Before I could respond, she pulled me through the entryway, and a flash of crimson light surrounded us. Magic tingled across my skin, and suddenly we were in her bedroom. I barely had time to register the familiar surroundings. The four-poster bed with purple sheets, the ornate dresser, the subtle scent of incense, before she pushed me down onto her mattress. She climbed on top of me with practiced grace, straddling my hips as her raven hair fell around us like a curtain. Her lips found mine again, more demanding this time, and I lost myself in the sensation. My hands found their way to her waist, pulling her closer as weeks of longing translated into hungry kisses. When we finally broke apart for air, I couldn't help but grin up at her flushed face. "Miss me that much, huh?" I asked, my voice huskier than I'd intended. Instead of answering, she leaned down again, but this time she caught my bottom lip between her teeth and bit down just hard enough to send a jolt of pleasure pain through me. "What do you think, muscle boy?" she purred, her hands roaming across my chest and arms appreciatively. "You've gotten stronger," she added, fingers tracing the new definition of my shoulders through my uniform. I couldn't hide my body's reaction to her touch. My pants tightened uncomfortably as blood rushed south, creating an obvious tint that pressed against her. Aquino's eyes darkened to the contact, and she shifted her hips slightly, creating friction that made me groan. "Aquino," I warned, my hands tightening on her waist. "If you don't stop, I'm not going to be able to stop my instinct from taking over." She leaned down until her lips brushed against my ear, her breath hot against my skin. "Let them," she whispered. "Perspective shift, Aquino." I watched his eyes dilate, pupils expanding with desire. That look, raw and hungry, sent a delicious shiver through my entire body. In an instant, his demeanor changed completely. "You asked for it," he growled. Before I could even process what was happening, Toshio lifted me effortlessly like I weighed absolutely nothing. I squealed in surprised delight, quickly wrapping my legs around his waist to steady myself. The display of strength made heat pool between my thighs. With 3 purposeful strides, he carried me across the room and slammed my back against the wall. The impact wasn't painful, but the forcefulness of it made me gasp, the roughness turning me on. "This seems awfully familiar," I said, my voice coming out breathy and hot. "Do you like pinning me on walls, Toshi-kun?" His answer wasn't verbal. Instead, he captured my lips in a hungry, demanding kiss that stole my breath away. His tongue pushed into my mouth, claiming me completely as one of his hands moved to my breast, squeezing firmly through my uniform. I moaned into his mouth, arching my back to press myself more fully into his touch. The hardness of his arousal pressed insistently against my panties, and I could feel how damp they were becoming. If only these pesky clothes weren't in the way. As he kissed and groped me, feeling the heat build within me, I couldn't help but think about how I got there. I hated men, thanks to a certain father figure, and I never expected to have that resolved. Then this boy came along, and I found myself missing him more than anyone else but my mother. Being apart was almost like torture and not the fun kind. I craved his touch. I needed to feel him. Just as his fingers began working at the buttons of my blouse, a sharp knock at the door made us both freeze. "Aquino, Toshio, it's time to leave for school." Rias' voice cut through our passionate haze like a bucket of cold water. I couldn't help the frustrated groan that escaped me as I rested my forehead against Toshio's shoulder. Of course she would interrupt us again. This was becoming a pattern I was growing increasingly tired of. "We'll be down in a minute, Rias," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady despite my racing heart and labored breathing. Toshio's eyes met mine, mischief dancing in those steel-blue depths. Before I could say anything else, his hands squeezed my breast again, harder this time. The sudden pleasure made me moan involuntarily, the sound escaping before I could stop it. "Toshi, you naughty boy," I whispered, half scolding, half encouraging. His lips curved into a smirk that made my insides melt. "You started it," he murmured against my ear before gently setting me back on my feet. I smoothed down my uniform, trying to compose myself while my body still hummed with unfulfilled desire. "I intend to finish it later," I promised, trailing my fingers down his chest. "I'm counting on it." He caught my hand and pressed a kiss to my palm that somehow felt more intimate than what we'd just been doing. I moved to my vanity mirror to check my appearance. My cheeks were flushed, my lips swollen from his kisses, and my hair slightly mussed. I looked thoroughly kissed, and I loved it. "Let everyone see what effect Toshio had on me. You know," I said as I fixed my hair, "Rias has the worst timing. It's almost like she has a sixth sense for when we're getting close." Toshio straightened his tie, watching me through the mirror. You think she's doing it on purpose? I considered this for a moment, recalling how Rias had been acting around Toshio lately. The slight stiffness in her manner, the careful distance she maintained. I don't think she can help herself, I finally answered. She can be quite possessive, even with things she doesn't own. I turned to face him, suddenly serious. She cares for you, you know, more than she's willing to admit, even to herself. No matter how much she tries to deny herself. A shadow crossed his face, confusion, frustration, and something else I couldn't quite name. She has a strange way of showing it. She could at least act like my friend, rather than a cold acquaintance. That's Rias for you. She has a difficult time separating conflicting feelings. I stepped closer to him, adjusting his collar affectionately. She's been raised to put duty before desire, something she's always rebelled against. If she wasn't struggling, I think she would be treating you more like a friend. And you? He asked, his hands settling on my waist. I smiled, letting my fingers trail up to cup his face. I've always been the rebellious one. Taking what I want is in my nature, and there's nothing stopping me. His eyes darkened again, and for a moment I thought he might push me back against the wall for round two. Instead, he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on my forehead. We should go, he said reluctantly, before your king comes looking for us. I sighed dramatically. Fine, but tonight. I leaned up to whisper in his ear exactly what I planned to do to him later, enjoying the way his breath caught and his hands tightened on my waist. When I pulled back, his expression was a delightful mix of shock and anticipation. You're going to be the death of me, Akino Himejima. I winked, grabbing my school bag. What a way to go, though. As we made our way downstairs to where Rias waited, I couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation for what the evening would bring. 6 weeks was far too long to be separated from Toshio. Tonight, I intended to make up for lost time, thoroughly and repeatedly. And this time, I would make sure we weren't interrupted. XXX. Toshio POV. Back to school was monotonous, as usual. I enjoyed my time with Akino in class, both us of teasing each other as much as possible without sensei catching us. After classes were over, I attended the kendo club. The girls were doing quite well. We had a few girls trying to join, saying they had been practicing kendo in the dojo I told everyone about at the beginning of the year. 3 of them performed well enough to join. Murayama went a little easy on them, since she had gotten much better since the beginning of the year. Seeing me more as a sensei now, Murayama and Keitase had grown distant in an odd way, like there was a barrier of respect between us. I didn't mind too much, as we still spoke often during and after club meets. And I wasn't planning on pursuing them anyway. It was nice to have normal human friends, though. I went home soon after. The Gremory peerage was going to come over to my house to watch Kiba, and I spar in my basement. I let Kuroka know in advance, so she could be in her cat form when they got there. I wondered how she was going to react to seeing Kaneko so close up. It took some convincing for Kuroka to go along with it. I guess that it was a combination of being found out, exposing Kaneko to danger, or worst of all, Kaneko rejecting her. Kuroka, they won't know. You're too good at hiding yourself. Kuroka, they won't know. You're too good at hiding yourself. No, she replied, her voice suddenly losing its usual playful lilt. Her golden eyes narrowed as she shifted from her relaxed position on the couch, sitting up straight. You don't understand what you're asking me to do. I leaned against the kitchen counter, watching as her entire demeanor changed. The transformation was striking. Gone was the teasing, sensual woman I'd come to know, replaced by someone colder, more calculating. They're devils, Toshio, she continued, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Devils who would kill me on sight if they knew who I was. Or worse, drag me back to the underworld for execution. Or try to, as if I'd let them, she huffed. They wouldn't recognize you in cat form, I argued. You've maintained that disguise for months without issue. Her laugh was sharp and bitter. You think Rias Gremory wouldn't sense something off about me? Or that my own sister wouldn't feel a connection? Nakomata can sense their kin. Kaneko hasn't sensed you before when you've been around her, because I wasn't sitting in the same room with her for hours. Her voice rose slightly before she controlled it again. The longer I'm exposed, the greater the risk. I sighed, pushing away from the counter to sit beside her. Look, I understand your concerns. No, you don't. She cut me off, her voice ice cold. You're playing with my life. My freedom. If they discover me, best case scenario is I flee and never see you again. Worst case, I fight, people die, and Chiron hates me even more. I reached for her hand, but she pulled away, standing in one fluid motion. And what if they find out you've been harboring me? She continued, pacing now. Your precious Gremory might not be so friendly anymore. They might even consider you a traitor. That's ridiculous, I said, though a flicker of doubt crept in. Rias wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Follow the laws of her people? Turn in a notorious criminal. Kuroka's tail lashed behind her in agitation. Devils aren't humans, Toshio. They don't share your moral code. I stood up, meeting her gaze directly. You're catastrophizing. The chances of them discovering you are minimal. You've been hiding in plain sight for years. And I'd like to continue doing so, she snapped. I think you're afraid, I said quietly. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Excuse me. Not of being discovered. I clarified. You're afraid of seeing Kaneko up close. Afraid of being that near to her without being able to speak to her, to explain. The flash of pain that crossed her face told me I'd hit a truth she wasn't ready to face. Her shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining out of her. Fine, she said after a long moment. I'll do it, but I'll stay in cat form on the windowsill the entire time. And if I feel even the slightest hint of recognition from Chiron, I'm gone. Immediately, relief flooded through me. Thank you. Her golden eyes met mine, serious in a way they rarely were. Don't thank me yet. This could still backfire spectacularly. I nodded, understanding the weight of what I was asking. I know, but I promise, I'll protect you if anything happens. Her laugh returned, though softer than before. My hero, she teased, but there was something genuine beneath the sarcasm. Just remember, if this goes wrong, I'm taking all your chocolate with me when I flee. That's the real threat. I smiled, grateful for the return of her playfulness. I'll make a fresh batch tonight, just in case. Smart boy. She purred, some of the tension finally leaving her body. She stretched languidly, her kimono slipping further off her shoulder. Now, if we're done with this serious talk, I believe I have around an hour before your friend arrive. I could use a nap. She walked over towards the front door and jumped up to her lounging spot, transforming into a cat mid-jump. Kuroka's control over Tuki and Senjutsu was insane. She completely masked her presence and power, to the point where I wouldn't have even recognized her if I didn't have observed. Though I'm sure someone well-versed in the supernatural would be able to tell that she wasn't a normal cat. Triple X. The doorbell rang, and I answered the door to see all four of them. Hello. Come on in, everyone. I'll show you around. Wow, Toshio, your house is really pretty. Akino exclaimed. I figured she of all people would like it, since it embodied modern traditionalism. I agree. It's quite dignified, Rias said in a formal tone. Nice digs, man, Kiba spoke up. Nice place, Kaneko said, sniffing the air. It smells nice in here. She continued to sniff the air. Do you have a cat? Leave it to the Nico to pick up on another Nico's scent almost instantly. I do. I looked above the front door, where a black cat was lounging but peering down at all of us. Kuchan, come down and meet everyone. She got up and did a cat stretch, then jumped down, landing directly on my shoulder. Akino and Rias were immediately put on edge. Toshio, you know that's not a normal house cat, right? Rias said carefully. I know. I met her in the forest while I was training. She hung around, and I decided to keep her. Kind of like a familiar, just one that doesn't listen to me. I explained, technically the truth. So, like a normal house cat, Kiba remarked. I snorted in amusement. She's certainly lazy like one. I gave her a side glance. She gave a little cat shrug like she was owning it. I noticed Akino and Rias were still not put at ease. How long have you had her? Rias asked, eyeing the cat with suspicion. We met the day you all left for the underworld at the end of first year. She hung out with me whenever I was training in the forest. Then she kind of just moved in on her own. I scratched her chin. causing her to squint her eyes. It's been really nice to have a roommate. And you've noticed nothing suspicious? Familiar don't just pop up out of the familiar forest. Rias continued her questioning. Other than how much she loves chocolate? Not really. Rias still didn't seem convinced. Kuroka jumped down from my shoulders, walking over to Kaneko. Stopping at her feet, Kuroka looked up at the white-haired girl. Kaneko squatted down and held her hand out. Cute. Kuroka moved forward, headbutting Kaneko's hand, then rubbed up against Kaneko's thighs. Kaneko sniffed the air. Why do you smell familiar? I half expected Kuroka to freeze up, causing further suspicion. The flick of her tail was enough for me to tell she was a little worried. Well, at least that's not surprising. All cats love Kaneko, Rias said, crossing her arms. Kaneko picked up the black cat and cradled it in her arms. Having grown used to her cat expressions, I could tell Kuroka was in absolute bliss, likely happier than she's been in a long time. I smiled at the scene. Let's go. Show us the tour, Toshio, Kaneko softly demanded. I snorted. Sure, come on, guys. I gestured for them to follow. I guess I'll let it go for now. Rias sighed, then started to follow me with the other. Akino remained particularly close to me. I made sure it stayed that way. During the tour, I would occasionally glance at Kuroka, who seemed utterly content in her sister's unknowing arms. Stay on the windowsill the whole time, huh? I thought with amusement. XXX. This is incredible, Toshio, Kiba said, eyes widening as he took in the expansive training area I'd constructed. The reinforced walls, specialized magic-absorbing materials, and ample space made it perfect for our spar. You've been holding out on me, Kiba said good-naturedly. I have to do something to keep up with all you devils, I replied. You've been busy, Rias remarked, examining the magic circles etched into the floor. These containment barriers are quite sophisticated. I shrugged, tried to appear modest. I wanted a place to train without destroying the neighborhood. I only tinkered with a few. Most I bought when the house was built. I wasn't going to tell them Kuroka had designed a few and improved the rest. Akino's fingers brushed against mine as she moved closer. So thoughtful, she murmured, her voice low enough that only I could hear. If I wasn't used to her antics by now, the subtle electric pulse she sent through my hand would have made me flinch a little. Kaneko had settled on a bench along the wall, still cradling Kuroka in her arms. The black cat looked so content, I almost felt guilty that we were about to cause a bunch of noise. Ready to show me what you learned from this mysterious sword master? Kiba asked, using sword birth to form a black, demonic-looking blade. I nodded, moving to the center of the room. Ladies, you might want to give us some space. Akino and Rias retreated to sit beside Kaneko, forming an audience of 3 devils and 1 disguised SS-class criminal. What a strange life I was leading. Should we set any rules? Kiba asked, settling into his stance. No magic, I said, drawing Shinjuku from her sheath. More of a rule for me than you. Feel free to use the full extent of your demonic power, night peace, and sacred gear. First blood wins. You sure? I might be too much to handle for you now, Kiba taunted. I'm confident, I said, smirking at him. Unchained or repressed, Shinjuku, I said calmly. I had learned to call on my shurkai whenever, instead of only times of heightened emotions. This was a core part of my training, as when I experienced heightened emotions, it was often in reaction to something like Rias almost getting killed. I couldn't be reactionary. It'll be interesting to fight your released form. I could tell my Ryatsu made a difference, causing him to shift his stance slightly. I wasn't actively trying to pressure him with it, though. Before more words could be exchanged, Kiba launched his first attack, blindingly fast, even to my enhanced perception. He had gotten even faster. 6 weeks ago, I would have barely seen it coming. Now, though, I sidestepped, not blocking but simply not being where his blade expected to find me. Shinken no Tenketsu wasn't about meeting force with force. It was about understanding intention before it became action. Kiba's eyes widened slightly as his strike met empty air. He recovered instantly, pivoting to face me, his expression more serious now. You've improved, he acknowledged. You haven't seen anything yet, I replied, settling into the first stance Miyamoto had beaten into me. This time I initiated. My movements weren't as flashy as Kiba's, but they carried a deliberate precision that seemed to catch him off guard. He parried my first strike, but I wasn't where he expected for his counter. The exchange continued for several seconds, our blades dancing in a rhythm that grew increasingly complex. I could sense Kiba's frustration building as his movements found nothing but air. He was faster than ever, but his speed relied on predictability. He expected me to react in certain ways, to be where his calculations told him I should be. But I wasn't calculating. I was feeling, relying on instincts. Well, as best as I could currently. There was still a disconnect in my brain that I was often fighting against. "What is this style?" he asked after another exchange left him striking at empty space. "It's unlike anything I've seen before." "Shinken no Tenketsu," I replied, flowing around another of his attacks. The true sword of the Celestial Pulse. His eyes narrowed with interest. Celestial Pulse? Like pressure points? I smiled, but didn't elaborate, instead launching into a sequence of strikes that forced him to retreat across the training floor. Each movement flowed into the next, my blade never stopping completely, always in motion like water finding its path. From the sidelines, I heard Akino's appreciative voice. Era. Toshikoin has learned some new tricks. Kiba created a second sword in his left hand, a lighter, shorter blade that complemented his main weapon. "Let's see how your style handles this," he said, his confidence returning. The dual blades changed the dynamic instantly. Where before I'd been able to predict his movements with relative ease, now I found myself working harder to track the separate paths of his weapons. His night piece speed combined with the dual-wielding technique created a storm of strikes coming from multiple angles. I blocked, parried, and evaded, but I could feel myself being pushed back. Time to stop holding back quite so much. "Shinjuku, let's try some fusion," I murmured. I felt her eager response as a warm pulse through our bond. "Yugo, runic Shuinpa." The next time Kiba came at me with his dual-blade assault, I didn't just evade, I countered. My movements became a blur, more precise, each strike targeting the weak points in his technique rather than meeting his blades directly. Kiba was doing his best to keep up, but I knew he couldn't handle this speed. He was pushing himself while I had more to give. One particular opening presented itself, and I took it without hesitation. Shinjuku's edge connected with the hilt of Kiba's shorter blade, sending it spinning from his grasp. The room went suddenly quiet as the sword clattered against the far wall. Kiba stared at his empty hand in disbelief before a genuine smile spread across his face. "Well done," he said, lowering his remaining weapon. "I didn't even see that coming." "Don't stop now," I urged him, not breaking my stance. "Show me what else you've learned." His smile turned predatory. "If you insist." The atmosphere shifted as Kiba's demonic energy flared. The floor around him erupted with swords of various designs, a forest of blades springing from the ground in a display of power I hadn't witnessed yet. "Sword birth, Imperial Armory," Kiba shouted, and suddenly the entire room was filled with blades, not just coming from the floor, but materializing in the air around him in concentric circles, creating a sphere of deadly steel that rotated slowly, awaiting his command. "Sword birth." Then I saw him form another sword in his hand. "Fire Soto, Fire Sword." I whistled, genuinely impressed. "You've been holding out on me too." "I learned a few tricks in the underworld," he replied with a confident smile. With a gesture from his hand, the first wave of swords launched toward me, a dozen blades flying through the air with deadly precision. This wasn't just a display of power. Each sword was aimed at a different vital point. He hadn't had the power to control swords like this from the canon I saw. A new ability? I channeled Riryoku into my legs and pushed off, using a combination of my enhanced reflexes and my fused runic Shunpa to weave between the incoming weapons. I sped to meet him head-on. His sword erupted in flames as he attacked. This was getting tricky. "There's more where that came from," Kiba replied, unleashing his flames and sending another volley of other swords my way. This time I didn't just dodge. I met several of the blades with Shinjuku deflecting them away from my body. The clash of steel rang throughout the basement as I parried sword after sword. Then he would send flames my way. He thought of how to counter my speed. The longer this continued, the more likely I was to make a mistake. Yugo, Runic Shunpa, I whispered. About time I showed him what max rank for this skill could do. One moment I was dodging flying swords. The next I was directly in front of Kiba, Shinjuku already in motion toward his throat. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even seen me move. To his credit, his reflexes were incredible. A blade materialized in his offhand, just in time to deflect my strike, but the force of my attack sent him skidding backward several feet. I disappeared again. The 5x power boost with this skill was my main way to bridge the gap in strength with supernaturals. Kiba, trying to react, didn't notice me standing behind him before a line of blood opened on his cheek. He touched it in surprise. "What was that?" he gasped, genuine surprise evident in his voice. "The power of my Shurkai," I replied, not revealing anything. "That's my win." Kiba sighed, all of his swords evaporating into demonic particles. "I guess I have a long way to go still. I couldn't even track you." Rias walked up, Akino and Kaneko behind her. "Yudo, I'm proud of your progress. You're becoming much stronger." Rias placed a hand on his shoulder. "Thanks, President," Kiba said with a smile. "I didn't know you could control your swords like that." "Where did you learn that?" Rias asked. "During the whole Gom thing, I knew I needed something to deal with opponents even faster than me. I came up with this to work with my flame sword to counter that," the sword birth user explained. "Well, it's quite impressive, Yudo. Good job." Rias then turned her attention toward me. "You've grown quite strong as well. Stronger than before, to be sure." I thought I saw a spark of hope in her eyes. "Thank you for sparring with my knight. I'm sure it's been informative for him." I sighed. "Rias, could you please cut the formal speech? I'm not a devil noble nor stranger. This artificial distance you're creating is starting to irritate me." I'm not sure why I said that, but hearing her formal, noble tone directed at me snapped something inside me, and I just couldn't let it go. Akino held a hand to her mouth, covering her smile. Kaneko looked back and forth between us, staying neutral. "Not gonna lie, President, it is a little weird to see you interact with him that way." Kiba jumped in. I glanced at him and gave a small nod, appreciating the support. Rias looked at me with a mixture of surprise and something deeper I couldn't quite place. Her formal mask slipped for just a moment, revealing a flicker of vulnerability before she composed herself again. She began, then paused, seeming to struggle with her words. "You're right. I apologize." The admission caught me a little off guard. I'd expected her to brush off my comment or defend her behavior, not acknowledge it directly. "Look," I said, softening my tone. "I understand you have responsibilities and complications I'm not privy to. But we were friends before summer break, and I'd like to think we still are." She nodded, a small smile finally breaking through her composed exterior. "We are. It's just." Her eyes darted to Akino, then back to me. "Things have changed." "Not everything has to," I replied. An awkward silence fell over us until Kaneko cleared her throat. "You two should talk. Alone." I glanced at Akino, who gave me an encouraging nod. She understood what was happening, perhaps better than I did. "Tea's ready upstairs," I offered. "Kaneko, Kiba, Akino, why don't you help yourselves? Rias and I will be up in a minute." I apologize in advance for it not being as good as Akino's. Said team master just giggled. As they filed out, Kuroka jumped from Kaneko's arms and sat on the nearby bench, settling into a comfortable lounging position. I knew she'd be listening to every word. When we were alone, Rias turned to face me fully, her posture still rigid, but her expression more open than it had been in weeks. "I don't know how to do this," she admitted quietly. "Do what?" "Be around you without." She trailed off, gesturing vaguely between us. "It's complicated." "Then uncomplicate it," I suggested. "Just tell me what's going on." She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself. "My brother knows about you." "That's about what I expected." "Surzex? What about me?" "Everything. Your power, your involvement with the Gom incident, your relationship with Akino." Her voice caught slightly on the last part. "Our relationship before." Okay, continue. She sighed. I'm the heiress to the Gremory household. My father set up an arranged marriage to benefit our family. Though, I have no intentions of just letting that happen. If that's the case, then that's obviously not the source, I prodded. I'm a devil. You're human. If you refuse to become a devil, then your lifespan is just a blink compared to mine, she tried to explain further. Okay, I can see how that could be a challenge for a relationship, but I'm asking for friendship. Friendship that isn't strained like it is now. It's not that simple, she stated, crossing her arms. Why not? She looked down, her bangs shadowing her eyes. Because, she said softly, plus, you're with my queen. And not. I stepped toward her, placing my hands on her shoulders. Rias, I care about Aquino. Yes, but I care about you too. I miss being able to talk to you normally, watching anime with you, just hanging out without this tension. She looked up at me, her eyes heavily conflicted. Being this close to her, now knowing the pleasures of kissing, I so badly wanted to meet her lips. Logic dictating that now wasn't the time, I restrained myself. I just want to be friends again, Rias. She closed her eyes briefly, then looked into mine. I'll try, she said softly. That's all I ask, I said with a small smile. I stepped back from her. Now come on, let's go have some of my mediocre tea. She giggled at that, despite herself. Maybe Aquino should give you lessons, she teased. The simple statement seemed to crack the wall of tension between us. Probably. I snorted in both amusement and relief. I couldn't wait to destroy that stupid chicken, Phoenix. Aquino POV. The moment the front door clicked shut behind them, I turned to find Toshio still standing in the entryway, adjusting his uniform collar in that unconscious way he did when he was thinking about something. Now you're all mine, I purred, letting my voice drop to that lower register I knew drove him crazy. His steel blue eyes snapped to mine, darkening immediately with desire. Perfect. I've been waiting all day for this. Waiting weeks, really, if I was being honest with myself. The brief, heated encounter in my bedroom this morning had only whetted my appetite, leaving me hungry for more. I walked toward him slowly, deliberately, letting my hips sway with each step. The way his gaze tracked my movement sent a delicious shiver through me. After 6 weeks apart, I'd almost forgotten how intoxicating it felt to have his complete attention focused on me like this. Aquino, he said, my name coming out rougher than usual. The others just left. Exactly, I replied, closing the distance between us until I was close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. Which means we're finally alone. No interruptions. No Rias bursting in at the worst possible moment. I reached up, trailing my fingers along his jaw, feeling the slight tension there. His training with that eccentric swordmaster had done more than just improve his technique. His body had become harder, more defined. I noticed it this morning when I'd run my hands over him, but now I wanted to explore every new ridge and plane at my leisure. You've been working very hard, haven't you, muscle boy? I murmured, my fingers moving to the buttons of his uniform jacket. All that training, all that discipline. His hands came up to grip my waist, firm and possessive. What exactly did you have in mind? I smiled, working the first button free. I promised you a thorough reunion, didn't I? I intend to keep that promise. His breath hitched as I undid the second button, my knuckles deliberately brushing against his chest. The simple touch sent electricity, quite literally, dancing across my fingertips. I loved how my lightning responded to my arousal, crackling with barely contained energy. Here, he asked, though his hands were already sliding from my waist to my hips, pulling me closer. In the entryway? Why not? I freed another button, then another, until his jacket hung open. Unless you'd prefer somewhere more comfortable? Your bedroom, perhaps. His eyes flashed with heat. You're going to be the death of me. Era. That's the second time you've said that today. I knocked the damp, sweaty towel off his neck, letting it fall to the floor. But I promised to make it pleasurable. I inhaled his scent. His musk was intoxicating. Before he could respond, I pressed my body against his and captured his lips in a kiss that was anything but gentle. 6 weeks of separation, of missing him, of wanting him, all of it poured into that kiss. His arms wrapped around me, one hand tangling in my hair while the other pressed against the small of my back, holding me impossibly closer. I moaned into his mouth, my hands roaming across his chest, feeling the defined muscles beneath his shirt. He'd definitely gotten stronger. The thought made heat pool between my thighs, dampening my panties with desire. When we finally broke apart for air, both of us were breathing hard. His lips were swollen from my kisses, his eyes dilated with want. I'd never seen anything more beautiful. "Bedroom," he growled, and suddenly I was in his arms, lifted as easily as if I weighed nothing. I squealed in delight, wrapping my legs around his waist as he carried me through the house. "So forceful, Toshiko-en. I like it. You bring it out in me," he replied, navigating the stairs with impressive focus, considering I was deliberately grinding against him. His bedroom door barely had time to close behind us before he had me pressed against it, his mouth on my neck, teeth grazing the sensitive skin there. I gasped, my head falling back to give him better access. I briefly made note his cat was lounging nearby. My focus returned. 6 weeks. I breathed, my fingers working at the buttons of his shirt with increasing urgency. 6 weeks of missing you, wanting you. "I know," he murmured against my throat, his hands finding the hem of my skirt and pushing it up. "I thought about you every night." His confession sent a thrill through me. "Did you? Tell me what you thought about." His hands slid higher, fingers hooking into the waistband of my black lace panties. "This," he said simply, pulling the fabric down my legs. "You. Touching you. Tasting you." I kicked the panties away, already pulling his shorts down. "Show me," I commanded, my voice husky with need. "Show me everything you thought about." He lifted me again, carrying me to the bed and laying me down with surprising gentleness given the urgency between us. I watched as he finished removing his shirt, revealing the lean, defined torso I'd been fantasizing about. "You're staring," he observed, a slight smirk playing at his lips. "Can you blame me?" I reached up, trailing my fingers down his chest, following the lines of muscle that hadn't been quite so pronounced before. "You're gorgeous, Toshiko-en." He caught my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. "Not as gorgeous as you." Then he was over me, his weight pressing me into the mattress in the most delicious way. His lips found mine again, kissing me deeply while his hands worked at the buttons of my blouse. I arched into his touch, helping him remove the garment along with my bra. The moment my breasts were exposed, his mouth was on them, tongue circling my nipple before sucking gently. I cried out, my hands fisting in his hair to hold him there. "Toshiko-en," I moaned, my hips lifting to grind against him. I could feel how hard he was through his briefs, the thick length of him pressing against my naked pussy. "Please." "Please what?" he asked, switching his attention to my other breast while his hand cupped the one he'd abandoned. "Touch me," I begged, past the point of playing coy. "I need you to touch me." His hands slid down my stomach, over my hip, then between my thighs. When his fingers finally made contact with my wet heat, we both groaned. "So wet already," he murmured, his fingers exploring my soaking wet pussy with maddening slowness. "All for me?" "Yes," I gasped, my hips bucking against his hand. "All for you. Only you." He circled my sensitive bud with his thumb while sliding one finger inside me, then another. I moaned loudly, not caring who might hear. The house was empty except for that cat of his, and I was too far gone to care about propriety. "More," I demanded, my nails digging into his shoulders. "I want more." Instead of answering, he withdrew his fingers, making me whimper at the loss. But then he was moving down my body, his intentions clear. "Let me taste you properly this time," he said, his breath hot against my inner thigh. Without interruptions, his tongue made contact with my slit, and I nearly came apart immediately. He licked a long, slow stripe up my center before focusing on my clit, alternating between broad strokes and focused attention that had me writhing beneath him. "Oh, God!" I moaned, my hands tangling in his hair. Don't stop, don't stop." He didn't. He kept up that perfect rhythm, adding his fingers back inside me to curl against that spot that made stars explode behind my eyes. The dual sensation was overwhelming, pleasure building higher and higher until I was teetering on the edge. Toshi-kun, I couldn't finish the sentence, my orgasm crashing over me in waves of intense pleasure. I cried out his name, my thighs trembling on either side of his head as he worked me through it. When I finally came down from the high, gasping for breath, he was kissing his way back up my body, his lips glistening with evidence of my release. I couldn't find words, my brain still fuzzy with pleasure. Just the beginning, he promised, his voice low and dark with promise. I reached between us, palming his hidden erection. Be rough with me, muscle boy, he growled low in his throat, his eyes darkening with something primal that made my pulse race even faster. In one fluid motion, he flipped me onto my stomach, his hands gripping my hips with bruising force that sent electricity crackling across my skin. You want it rough? He asked, his voice deeper, rougher than I'd ever heard it. Is that what you're asking for, Akino? Yes, I gasped, my fingers clutching at the sheets. Please, Toshi-kun, don't hold back with me. I felt him position himself behind me, one hand pressing between my shoulder blades to keep me down while the other gripped my hip. The dominance in his touch made me impossibly wetter, my body trembling with anticipation. His hand came down on my ass with a sharp crack that made me cry out, not in pain, but in pleasure. The sting bloomed across my skin, and I arched back, silently begging for more. You like that? He asked, delivering another slap to my other cheek. Yes, I moaned, my voice muffled against the mattress. More, please more. He obliged, alternating between spanking me and gripping my flesh hard enough to leave marks. Each impact sent waves of pleasure pain through me, awakening the part of myself I usually kept hidden, the part that craved this roughness, this loss of control. I felt him remove his briefs, his hardness pressing against my entrance. Tell me if it's too much, he said, some of his gentleness returning despite the rough treatment. It won't be, I promised breathlessly. I want all of you. Go wild, Toshika. He thrust forward, not entering me, but sliding his length between my slick folds, coating himself in my wetness. The friction against my sensitive clit made me whimper, my hips pushing back to increase the pressure. Toshikin, I whined, desperate for more. Please, I need. His hand fisted in my hair, pulling my head back as he leaned over me. What do you need? He demanded, his breath hot against my ear. Say it. I need you inside me. I gasped beyond shame or hesitation. I need you to fuck me, please. He released my hair, his hand moving to grip my throat instead, not cutting off my air, but holding me in place, asserting his control. Not yet, he said, and I could hear the smirk in his voice. You made me wait 6 weeks. I think I'll make you wait a little longer. I whimpered in frustration, but the sound turned to a moan as his free hand moved between my legs, his fingers finding my clit and rubbing in firm circles. The combination of his grip on my throat and the stimulation below had me climbing toward another orgasm embarrassingly quickly. That's it, he encouraged, his fingers moving faster. Come for me again. I want to feel you fall apart. His words pushed me over the edge, my second orgasm ripping through me with even more intensity than the first. I cried out, my whole body shaking as pleasure consumed me. Before I could fully recover, he released my throat and flipped me onto my back, his eyes blazing as he looked down at me. I want to see your face, he said, positioning himself between my spread thighs. I reached up, cupping his face with trembling hands. Then take me, I whispered. Make me yours. He captured my lips in a bruising kiss as he finally pushed inside me. I gasped at the stretch, the fullness, the slight sting that came with taking him. He was bigger than I'd anticipated, and my body needed a moment to adjust. Fuck, he groaned against my mouth, holding still. You're so tight. Don't stop, I managed, wrapping my legs around his waist to pull him deeper. Please don't stop. He began to move, starting slow but quickly building to a punishing rhythm that had me clawing at his back. Each thrust hit that perfect spot inside me, pleasure building with overwhelming intensity. Harder, I begged, my nails raking down his spine. I can take it, I promise. Give me everything. He obliged, his hips snapping against mine with bruising force. One of his hands found my throat again, the other gripping my hip hard enough that I knew I'd have fingerprint-shaped bruises tomorrow. The thought only aroused me more. Is this what you wanted? He asked, his voice strained with effort. Is this rough enough for you? Yes, I cried out, my back arching off the bed. God, yes, Toshi-kun. He shifted slightly, changing the angle, and suddenly I was seeing stars. My third orgasm built rapidly, coiling tight in my core. I'm close. I gasped, my inner walls beginning to flutter around him. I'm so close. Come, he commanded, his grip on my throat tightening just slightly. Come for me now. The combination of his dominance, the slight restriction of my breathing, and the relentless pounding between my legs sent me spiraling into the most intense orgasm yet. I screamed his name, my body convulsing beneath him as pleasure crashed over me in waves. I felt him thrust a few more times before pulling out, his release coating my stomach in hot spurts. He groaned my name, his body shuddering with his own climax. For a long moment, we both just lay there breathing hard. My body felt boneless, thoroughly satisfied in a way I'd never experienced before. I couldn't finish the sentence, my brain still fuzzy. Intense, he supplied, collapsing beside me. Are you okay? Was I too rough? I turned my head to look at him, a satisfied smile spreading across my face. You were perfect, I assured him. Absolutely perfect. He reached over, pulling me against his chest. I've never had sex, let alone done anything like that before, he admitted quietly. I wasn't sure if I was doing it right. I laughed softly, pressing a kiss to his jaw. Trust me, you were doing it very right. Though I'm curious, where did that dominant side come from? He was quiet for a moment. I'm not sure. When you asked for it rough, something just clicked, like a switch flipped. I liked it, I said firmly. I liked it a lot. Though I should probably warn you, I have a tendency toward masochism. The rougher you are with me, the more I enjoy it. Sounds like a challenge. He smirked down at me, his arm tightened around me. I'll remember that for next time. Next time? I asked teasingly, already planning ahead. After that, he looked down at me with a grin, definitely planning ahead. I snuggled closer, feeling thoroughly content. 6 weeks had been far too long to be separated from him, but the reunion had been everything I'd hoped for and more. Aquino, I don't think I'm done with you yet. I was momentarily confused, but then noticed his cock growing bigger again. Era, you haven't had enough of me yet, have you? I teased. It will never be enough, he stated firmly, then moved and got me on all fours. I think I'll take both of your firsts, if you don't mind. I felt his hardened cock press against my back door. You naughty, naughty boy. You better not go easy on me. Where did he get this stamina from? Wasn't he new at this? The press of his hardness against that forbidden entrance sent a shiver through my entire body, heat flooding through me despite the thorough fucking I'd just received. I've never experimented much with this hole, I admitted breathlessly, my voice trembling with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. His hand came down hard on my ass without warning, the sharp crack echoing through the room. The sting bloomed across my skin in the most delicious way, making me gasp and arch my back. That surprises me, he said, his voice low and rough, considering how much you enjoy pain. I moaned at his words, my pussy clenching at nothing. I'm more used to dishing out the pain rather than receiving it. I managed to say, my fingers clutching at the sheets. Then I'll change that, he promised, and I heard the dark satisfaction in his voice. I felt a move away briefly, and then his fingers returned, slick with what I assumed was lube. He worked one finger inside slowly, carefully, and I gasped at the foreign sensation. It burned slightly, but not unpleasantly. Prepared are we? I half moaned out, his fingers stretching me. I may be inexperienced, but I'm not stupid. I did plenty of research. I might have laughed if he didn't have his fingers in me. The response was so like him. The fact he researched for this moment, learned about my kinks that I never blatantly told him, it stirred a different kind of emotion in me. An extremely warm, safe feeling. It was quickly drowned out by his entire finger reaching into me. "Relax," he murmured, his free hand stroking my back soothingly. "Let me prepare you properly." I tried to follow his instruction, forcing my muscles to loosen as he worked me open with patient thoroughness. One finger became two, stretching me in ways I'd never experienced. The burn intensified, but so did the pleasure, a strange, overwhelming combination that had me panting into the mattress. "Toshi-kun," I whimpered, pushing back against his fingers. I know what you need," he said, withdrawing his fingers and positioning himself at my entrance. I felt the blunt head of his cock press against me, and I held my breath in anticipation. He pushed forward slowly, just the tip breaching that tight ring of muscle. I gasped at the stretch, at the burn that was so much more intense than his fingers had been. Then, without warning, he slammed forward, burying his full length inside me in one brutal thrust. Pain exploded through me, white-hot and overwhelming, but underneath it was pleasure so intense it stole my breath. My body convulsed, my pussy gushing as an orgasm ripped through me completely unexpectedly. I screamed into the mattress, my whole body shaking as I squirted onto the bed beneath us. "Fuck!" Toshio groaned above me, his hands gripping my hips hard enough to bruise. "You just came from that, didn't you?" I couldn't answer, couldn't do anything but gasp for air as aftershocks rolled through me. The fullness was overwhelming, the stretch bordering on too much, but God, it felt incredible. He held still, letting me adjust to the intrusion. I could feel him throbbing inside me, could feel every inch of him filling me completely. My body gradually relaxed around him, the burn fading to a more manageable ache. "More," I finally managed to gasp out. "Please, Toshi-kun, I need more." "One," he pulled back slowly, then thrust forward again. The drag of his cock against my sensitive walls sent sparks of pleasure pain shooting through me. I moaned loudly, pushing back to meet his next thrust. Then he truly began to move, and I lost all coherent thought. He fucked me relentlessly, each thrust deep and hard, his hips slapping against my reddened ass with bruising force. The pain mixed with pleasure in the most intoxicating way, overwhelming my senses completely. "You take it so well," he praised, his voice strained with effort. "Such a good girl, taking all of me like this." His words sent another intoxicating wave of pleasure through me. Being praised during sex, someone speak to me with such raw appreciation, it made me feel powerful and vulnerable all at once. "UHG, fuck my ass," I yelled out in pleasure. One of his hands slid around to find my clit, rubbing in firm circles that had me crying out. The combination of sensations was too much. The fullness, the stretch, the stimulation of my sensitive bud. I felt another orgasm building impossibly fast. I couldn't finish my fourth climax crashing over me with devastating intensity. I screamed his name, my body convulsing as pleasure consumed me completely. He didn't slow down, fucking me through my orgasm and beyond. The overstimulation was almost too much, bordering on painful, but I didn't want him to stop. I needed this, needed to be taken completely, to be thoroughly claimed. "What do you want it?" he asked, his thrust becoming more erratic. I could tell he was close. Inside, I gasped without hesitation. "I want to feel you fill me up." He groaned, his grip on my hips tightening as he slammed into me one final time. I felt him pulse inside me, his release flooding my ass with warmth. The sensation pushed me into one more small orgasm, my body milking him for every drop. He caught his breath, leaving me to enjoy the fullness of him in my ass. His cum was so warm. It felt like I was melting into the bed in pure bliss. Just when I thought he was going to pull out, I felt him hardening inside me. I turned my head to look at him. Again, I shouted and moaned out. He saw him smirk, then lift his leg up of his knee. "I have an idea. I just thought a new use for runic shumpa." I was confused at first, then put two and two together. It was how he moved so fast. My eyes widened at the implication. Two. Then he started to move. What followed was an indescribable kind of pleasure mixed with pain. His hips slammed against me, the sound like a roll of firecrackers. I screamed in ecstasy. It was so much that my vision turned white, momentarily losing consciousness. It returned when I felt him adding to his previous load. We collapsed together onto the bed, both of us gasping for breath. My body felt thoroughly used in the best possible way, every muscle loose and satisfied. I could feel him softening inside me, could feel his cum beginning to leak out. I trailed off, unable to find adequate words. Intense, he supplied, his arms wrapping around me from behind. Beyond intense, I corrected, turning my head to look at him. That was the most incredible experience of my life. He pressed a gentle kiss to my shoulder, such a contrast to the roughness from moments before. I wasn't too rough. I laughed softly, wincing slightly at the soreness already making itself known. Toshi-kun, I literally begged you to be rough. You gave me exactly what I needed. Good, he murmured against my skin. Because I plan to do it again. Often. A thrill ran through me at his words. I'm counting on it. We lay there in comfortable silence for several minutes, just holding each other, our breathing gradually returning to normal. I could feel the stickiness between my thighs, the soreness in my ass, the tenderness where his fingers had gripped my hips. I felt thoroughly claimed, marked as his in ways both physical and emotional. The bruises forming on my hips, the ache between my legs and elsewhere, all of it was evidence of what we'd shared. I should probably clean up, I finally said reluctantly. We made quite a mess. Shower together, he suggested, and I could hear the smile in his voice. Only if you promise to behave yourself, I teased, though we both knew I didn't mean it. I make no such promises, he replied, carefully withdrawing from me. I gasped at the sensation, feeling empty and gaping. In a minute, I replied, snuggling closer to his chest. Just let me enjoy this for a little longer. His arms tightened around me, and I felt him press a kiss to the top of my head. Take all the time you need. As I lay there in his arms, thoroughly satisfied and completely content, I couldn't help but marvel at how much had changed. 6 weeks ago, I'd been anxious about our separation, worried that distance might cool whatever was growing between us. Instead, it had only intensified my feelings, making this reunion all the sweeter. Now, feeling the pleasant ache in my body from his thorough claiming, I knew without doubt that what we had was real. I thought about what we'd just done, how he'd taken both my virginities in one night. Most girls might have regretted giving so much so quickly, but I felt no regret, only satisfaction and a deep sense of rightness. This was where I belonged, in his arms, in his bed, in his life. Come on, before we fall asleep in our own fluids. I couldn't help but laugh at the Toshio-like phrasing. He helped me to my feet, steadying me when my legs proved less reliable than expected. The evidence of our activities was obvious. My thighs were slick with a mixture of our releases, and I could feel more of his cum slowly dripping out of me. I collapsed to the floor. Toshi-kun, could you carry me? It was a little embarrassing to ask, but my legs refused to cooperate. He snorted in amusement, then picked me up bridal style. My hero, I teased. As he walked out, I noticed his cat had disappeared at some point during our activities. Probably fled to avoid the noise. The thought made me giggle. What's so funny? He asked, settling me into the warm water. Just thinking about your poor cat, I replied. We probably traumatized her. He snorted, setting me down in the massive shower, steadying me against his chest, my back to him. She'll survive. Besides, she's a supernatural creature. I'm sure she's seen her fair share. I hummed in agreement, relaxing into his embrace as the warm water soothed my aching muscles. His hands began working soap into my skin, washing me with gentle care that contrasted sharply with his earlier roughness. You're good at this, I murmured, my eyes drifting closed. At bathing you, and knowing what I need, when to be rough, when to be gentle. His hands paused in their ministrations. I just pay attention to you. Your reactions, your responses. You make it easy to read you. I turned my head to look at him. Most people can't read me at all. I'm usually very good at hiding what I'm really feeling. Maybe you don't hide it from me, he suggested. Or maybe I just see through your masks. The thought was both comforting and slightly terrifying. I'd spent years perfecting my various personas: the elegant queen, the sadistic fighter, the playful tease. But with Toshio, none of those masks seemed to work. He saw through them all to the girl underneath, the one who was damaged and healing, who craved both pleasure and pain, who wanted to be loved despite everything she'd been through. "I'm glad you see me," I said quietly. The real me. The warm water cascading over my thoroughly satisfied body, and I couldn't help but continue to marvel at our relationship. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, his hands gentle as he helped wash me. "How happy I am," I admitted, looking up at him with a smile. "How right this feels." His expression softened, and he pulled me close despite the water streaming between us. "I feel the same way," he said quietly. "These 6 weeks apart made me realize just how much you mean to me." My heart swelled at his words. "I love you, Toshi-kun," I said, the words spilling out before I could stop them. I sputtered. "I know it's soon, but I can't help how I feel." He was quiet for a moment, and I felt a flutter of panic. Had I said too much too fast? Then he smiled, that beautiful smile that made my heart race. "I love you too, Aquino." I kissed him then, pouring all my emotions into it: joy, relief, love, desire. He responded with equal fervor, his arms tightening around me. When we finally broke apart, both breathless once more, I couldn't stop smiling. "That's the first time I've seen you trip over your words. I have to say, it was extremely adorable." I giggled and lightly smacked his chest. "Don't tease me about that." I was pouring my little heart out. What was left of it, anyway? "I know, sweet girl." He kissed me briefly, his words sending butterflies through me. "So what now?" I asked. "Now," he said, his hands sliding down to cup my ass, making me gasp, "I think we should probably finish this shower before the water runs cold." And then, his eyes darkened with renewed desire. "Then I think we should go back to bed." "Insatiable," I accused, though my body was already responding to his touch. "Stop being so sexy then," he replied with a grin. As we finished washing each other, which took considerably longer than necessary due to wandering hands and stolen kisses, I felt a contentment I'd never experienced before. This was what I'd been missing, what I'd been searching for without even realizing it. Someone who could match my intensity, who could be gentle and rough in equal measure, who looked at me like I was the most precious thing in the world, even while fucking me into the mattress. Someone who saw all of me, the sadistic side, the vulnerable side, the playful side, and loved every part. Rias meant a lot to me, but she wasn't this. By the time we made it back to his bed, clean and mostly dry, exhaustion was finally catching up with both of us. We collapsed onto the fresh sheets he'd quickly thrown on, tangling together naturally. "Stay the night," he murmured against my hair. "I don't want you to leave." I wasn't planning on it, I assured him, pressing closer. "Though Rias might wonder where I am." "Let her wonder," he said, and I could hear the edge in his voice. "You're mine tonight." The possessiveness in his tone sent a pleasant shiver through me. "Yours," I agreed softly. I spoke up a few minutes later. "Toshi-kun," I said softly. Thank you. For tonight. For everything." He shifted to look down at me, his expression tender. "You don't need to thank me. I should be thanking you for trusting me with this." He raised a finger and touched my chest, where my heart would be. "With you. If I didn't love him before, I certainly did right then." I smiled, reaching up to trace his jaw. "We can thank each other then." His laugh rumbled through his chest, and I felt it vibrate against me. "Deal." As sleep began to claim me, wrapped in his arms and thoroughly satisfied in every possible way, my last conscious thought was that I'd finally found where I belonged. Here, with him, was exactly where I was meant to be. The wind howled across Mount Kumatori's peak, carrying with it the scent of pine and ancient stone. A skinny Karasatengu leaned heavily against his spear near the small shrine, his black wings folded tight against his back. His crow-like features twisted into what might have been a grimace or a yawn. It was difficult to tell. He shifted his weight from one taloned foot to the other, the movement causing his ceremonial armor to clink softly. Another day, another absolutely nothing, the skinny Tengu said, his voice carrying the nasal quality typical of his kind. He gestured broadly at the surrounding landscape with one clawed hand. Tell me again why we're protecting this tiny ley line? Nothing's happened here in over 1,000 years. The other guard, considerably more muscular and standing at rigid attention, turned his head slightly. His armor was better maintained, the leather straps properly tightened, his spear held at the correct angle. It's our sacred duty as Yukai to protect the ley lines that run throughout Japan, Takeshi. You know this. Sacred duty, Takeshi mimicked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He jabbed his spear into the ground and left it standing there. Kinji, we could be in Kyoto right now. Real action, real threats. Instead, we're babysitting a shrine that even the local humans have forgotten about. Kinji's grip tightened on his spear. Size doesn't matter. Every ley line is connected. If one falls, the whole network weakens. I've heard the lecture. Takeshi stretched his wings, the black feathers catching the afternoon light. Doesn't make it any less boring. The shimmer appeared without warning. Both Tengu snapped to attention, their postures changing instantly. The magical veil surrounding the shrine, normally invisible to the naked eye, rippled like disturbed water, waves of translucent energy cascading across its surface. Did you see that? Takeshi's voice had lost all trace of its previous boredom. I saw it. Kinji stepped forward, his eyes scanning the veil carefully. It's probably nothing. The veil shimmers occasionally. Weather changes, spiritual fluctuations, it happens. But not often. No, not often. Kinji paused, then raised his spear. We should investigate anyway. Protocol. Both Tengu launched themselves into the air, their powerful wings beating in synchronized rhythm. They rose quickly, circling the shrine in widening spirals, their keen eyes searching for any sign of disturbance. The sky was clear, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the mountain. Below them, the forest stretched out in all directions, an unbroken sea of green broken only by the occasional rocky outcropping. Takeshi flew higher, his head swiveling as he scanned the horizon. He stopped mid-flap, his body going rigid. Kinji, his voice carried across the distance between them, no longer casual or complaining. Kinji, look. Southwest. The muscular Tengu banked sharply, following his companion's line of sight. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, dark shapes against the sky, moving fast. Too fast. Are those? Takeshi's voice trailed off. Warn the others, Kinji commanded. Takeshi flew down to the shrine at his fastest speed. Kinji's spear shifted in his grip, his wings beating harder to maintain altitude. The shapes were growing larger now, more distinct. Rows of horns, leathery wings, elongated bodies, the distinctive silhouette that every Yukai had heard about from an age long since past. Dozens of them. Hellflyers. Kinji finally finished, his voice flat and hard, readying his spear. Triple X. Toshio POV. I flashed through the sky with runic Shuimpa, the landscape below blurring into streaks of green and brown. The wind whipped past my face as I pushed more Riryoku into the technique, eager to get home before dinner time. The trip to that bakery in Honshu had been worth it. 3 new recipes were tucked in my inventory, and the old baker had even walked me through making one of them, a traditional dorayaki with a twist involving matcha cream. I could already imagine Kuroka's face when she tasted it. And Kaneko, well, getting Kaneko to show any emotion beyond mild interest was always a victory. Cooking had become something I genuinely enjoyed. Not just the act itself, but what it represented, taking care of the people I cared about. Making Akino her favorite dishes. Experimenting with new chocolate desserts for Kuroka. Even preparing meals for when the ORC came over, which I hope would be more often from then on. Speaking of Kuroka, my mind drifted back to the conversation we'd had 2 weeks ago. After what had happened with Akino, which Kuroka had apparently watched the entire time in her cat form, she'd cornered me in the kitchen. Impressive performance, Toshi-kun, she'd purred, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement, and something else I couldn't quite identify. You certainly know how to satisfy a woman, Naya. I could tell I probably blushed at least a little. You watched. Of course I did. Had to make sure my investment was worth it. She'd circled me like a predator, her tail swishing behind her. And I have to say, I'm quite excited to perform with you later down the line. The memory made my heart race just a little more than being thousands of feet in the air. That conversation had come shortly after she'd given me what she called a reward for orchestrating that night between her and Kaneko, getting her sister to hold her, even if Kaneko hadn't known who she was holding. What Kuroka had done with her mouth and breasts had been unexpected with how pleasurable it was. My working theory is that she was using some kind of senjutsu to enhance my physiological responses. But I wasn't analyzing it too much, doing my best to enjoy the moment. But it was what she'd said afterward that had really thrown me. I'd asked her, hesitantly, what she thought about multiple partners. I knew it was a touchy subject to women. The question had felt awkward leaving my mouth, but I needed to know. My feelings for Akino were clear. My complicated situation with Rias was still unresolved. And Kuroka herself was. It's normal for powerful mates to have multiple wives, Naya, she'd said matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather. In fact, I'd be concerned if you didn't. Shows ambition. Shows strength. I had a feeling Akino would feel similarly, given our previous discussion about Rias. But she was the unknown at this point. In the anime, she had always been jealous when girls made advances on Issei. But then again, Issei was more of a possession to her than anything during those early seasons. I had no idea how their relationship developed later. I didn't know one thing. I was no possession. So maybe it would be different with her. Before I could continue my thoughts, I felt a strange blip with my always active energy sense. I pulled up short midair, the sudden stop sending a ripple through my spiritual energy. The fluctuation was wrong. Not the steady pulse of a ley line. Not the hallmark of a stray devil. Not the chaotic swirl of combat, but something that felt deliberately corrupted. I changed direction, angling toward the source. It was coming from Mount Kumatori, one of the peaks in the Okachichibu range, maybe 30 kilometers west of Kuo. The energy signature grew more distinct as I approached, and my stomach began to twist with unease. The scent hit me first. Blood. A lot of it. Fresh enough that the copper tang cut through the mountain air, even at my altitude. I descended rapidly, my hand already moving to Shinjuku's hilt. The shrine came into view, a small structure with traditional architecture. It was the kind of place that had probably stood for centuries. Except now, it was painted in crimson. Corpses were everywhere. I touched down at the base of a shrine, my boots squelching in blood-soaked earth. To prevent getting blood all over me, I applied a thin coat of ryuryoku to my boots. Tengu corpses littered the ground, their black wings twisted at unnatural angles, their crow-like features frozen in expressions of terror and agony. Some are missing limbs. Others have been torn completely in half. What the hell happened here? I muttered, drawing Shinjuku fully. The energy fluctuation was still present, which I thought was coming from around the left corner of the shrine. I moved carefully, stepping over a headless Tengu whose spear lay broken beside him. Around the corner, I found it. A creature crouched over a corpse, its ragged, leathery wings folded against its back as it fed. The thing had a beast head with multiple sets of massive curved horns, yellow eyes that glowed with malevolent hunger. Its body was sleek but wrong, muscles bulging in places they shouldn't, skin the color of old bruises. "Observe," I whispered. Demonic Hellflyer. Level 42. HP 8, 500/8, 500. A nameless demon from the lower circles. Bred for slaughter and consumption. Possesses enhanced strength and flight speed. Weak to holy energy and concentrated spiritual attacks. A remnant of an old faction. The creature's head snapped up, those yellow eyes locking onto me. Blood dripped from its maw. Chunks of Tengu, flesh still visible between its teeth. I didn't give it time to react. I raised my free hand, channeling Ryuryoku into the technique I'd been practicing. Zero. The crimson beam erupted from my palm, concentrated and precise. I'd learned to control it better since I learned it to focus the destructive energy rather than let it explode outward. The beam struck the demon square in the head, continuing through its upper torso before dissipating harmlessly against the mountain slope beyond. The creature's body collapsed. The remains of its head and chest were simply gone. Cauterized meat and bone were all that remained. The Tengu's body was unrecognizable, if not for the black feathers. I noticed the energy fluctuation was still there. I turned my attention to the shrine itself, stepping over the demon's corpse. The wooden steps were slick with blood, and I had to grip the railing to keep from slipping. The shrine's entrance gaped open like a screaming mouth, darkness visible beyond. I stepped inside. The smell was much worse here. The odors were confined and concentrated. Blood covered the floor in thick pools, and I had to channel Ryoryoku into my legs to avoid splashes of blood staining my clothes. My thoughts briefly drifted toward Miyamoto and how he smelled worse. Somehow, I continued to look around. The interior was a nightmare. Tengu bodies impaled on pikes lined the walls, their wings spread in grotesque parodies of flight. Many had been dismembered, their limbs arranged in deliberate patterns on the floor. Heads stared at me from corners, their eyes stitched open. Their beaks were wired open in silent screams. And beneath it all, covering every inch of the floor, were magic circles. Demonic symbols I didn't recognize, drawn in what looked like a mixture of blood and something darker. I had a good memory, and none of these runes resembled anything I'd seen from devils. The circles were dull now, their power spent, but I could sense the residual energy. Whatever had been done here had required significant magical force. The magic seemed ritualistic. I moved deeper into the shrine, my skin crawling with each step. The back room was smaller and more intimate. A stone basin sat in the center, surrounded by rune stones that looked ancient, far older than the shrine itself. The basin was empty, completely dry, but the stones around it were cracked, their runes flickering weakly. Observe. Minor, Tokyo ley line node, drained and defiled. Status, critical. This ley line node has been forcibly drained of its spiritual energy and corrupted with old demonic power. The damage is severe. Natural recovery will take decades. Immediate intervention required to prevent corruption of the connected ley line network. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a massacre. This was deliberate and served a greater purpose. The grotesque violence was likely a mere byproduct. Someone, or something, had attacked this shrine specifically to drain the ley line. The Tengu guards probably never stood a chance. But why? What could anyone gain from draining a minor ley line node? Unless, I thought back to the information I'd gathered about the supernatural world. Ley lines were connected, forming a network across Japan. They housed great sources of power, even minor ones. Draining a minor one could likely provide a massive power boost if harnessed. I knew most, especially in Japan, were controlled by the Yukai faction, hence the Tengu. Japan had two major ley lines, the biggest of which was in Kyoto. Some books about the supernatural Rias gave me were proving quite helpful. The leader of the Yukai in Kyoto controlled and monitored the major ley line. I looked at the faces of the deceased all around me. What if they were planning to do something similar there? Fuck. I pulled out my phone, my hands shaking slightly as I opened the camera app. I had seen individual mutilated bodies, yes, but this was on a different scale, and it was getting to me. I needed documentation. Evidence. This was way beyond my pay grade to handle, but Rias and Sona needed to know. The entire supernatural community of Japan needed to know. I took photos of everything. The magic circles, the basin, the rune stones, the bodies. I forced myself to be thorough, to capture every angle, every detail, even as my stomach churned with revulsion. Even the eyes and beaks of the new ceiling decor. I had no way of knowing what part was ritual and what part was pure sadistic evil. When I was done, I stood there for a moment, looking at the carnage around me. These Tengu had died protecting this place. They'd been overwhelmed, slaughtered, and then desecrated, used as fuel for whatever ritual had drained the ley line. and I had a sinking feeling this wasn't an isolated incident. As I hurried out of the shrine to finish taking pictures, I felt a flicker of life on my energy sense. I'd usually mark it off as a small animal, but not in this circumstance. I immediately followed the source. I found it about 200 feet away from the shrine, far enough away to not become demon food, apparently. Because I found a tengu. Looking at the branches, it must have fallen after battling. I rushed to his side. The muscular-looking raven yukai grunted in pain. I kneeled down, checking over him. The left part of his face was gone, his beak shattered. His right arm had been torn off, and there was a large hole in his belly. I could see crimson blades of grass poking out of it. "Hey, I'm here. The demons are gone." I tried to offer what little comfort I could. His wounds were grievous. He wouldn't live, but a few more minutes at best. It wouldn't have even mattered if he was my first stop when I got here. He gurgled on some blood before his voice whimpered out. There were too many cough. I tried to defend. I could see the anguish in his eyes. It wasn't from the pain. I tried my duty as a yukai cough. My brothers. He looked toward me with desperation in his eyes. I grimaced and slowly shook my head. Red tears streamed down his face. "Tell Yasaka, Kenji fought to the death for the yuk." He didn't finish his statement. I gently placed my hand on his chest, closing his lifeless eyes with my other hand. "I'll tell her, Kenji." For some reason, his desperate last words bothered me far more than the atrocity I had just discovered. I barely registered the lone tear that streamed down my face. I stood. I didn't have time to bury him. I had to report this as quickly as possible. I loathed to think this could be happening at other shrines. I gripped Shinjuku and launched myself into the air, channeling everything I had into runic Shumpa. The landscape blurred beneath me as I rocketed toward Kuo, my mind racing. This was big, potentially catastrophic. If someone was systematically draining and desecrating ley lines across Japan, the implications were staggering. A ley line-empowered opponent or army could be brewing. The balance of power between factions, the territorial agreements, the entire supernatural infrastructure of Japan could collapse. And somehow, I'd stumbled right into the middle of it. I pushed harder, the wind screaming past my ears. Rias needed to know. Sona needed to know. Hell, Surzex and the entire devil hierarchy needed to know. Because if this was what I thought it was, if this was the old demon faction making their move, then we were all in serious trouble. Gom might have just been the beginning. The tears stopped somewhere midway to Kuo. The recipes in my inventory suddenly seemed incredibly trivial. XXX. Ria's POV. Magical girl Leviathan on the scene. I couldn't help but smile as Seraphal made her dramatic entrance, complete with a twirl and that signature catchphrase. She stood there in her magical girl costume, pink wand in hand, frilly skirt swishing, looking completely out of place among the serious faces in the ORC clubroom. My smile faded quickly, however, as I remembered why we were all gathered here. Toshio's photographs had been disturbing, to say the least. The images of slaughtered Tengu, the desecrated shrine, the drained ley line, they painted a picture of calculated savagery that made even my brother's expression turn grave. Seraphal, Surzex acknowledged with a nod. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "Of course," she replied, her cheerful demeanor shifting to something more serious as she surveyed the room. Her eyes landed on Sona, and in an instant, she was across the room, pulling my friend into a suffocating hug. "Sona-chan, I missed you so much." "Wani-sama," Sona gasped, her face squished between her sister's ample cleavage. Seraphal was rubbing her cheek on Sona's head, messing up her hair. I watched the display with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. Sona's relationship with her sister was complicated, much like my own with Surzex, though in very different ways. Where my brother was overprotective but generally respectful of my boundaries, Seraphal showed her love through overwhelming physical affection that left Sona perpetually embarrassed. Surzex cleared his throat. "Seraphal, this is serious." Seraphal, not releasing Sona, gave him a side eye. "And I seriously love my sister." Sona looked like she was about to cry from embarrassment. I had to struggle to not laugh. despite the situation. Serafal, seeing my brother's serious glare, finally relented, reluctantly releasing her sister. Clearing his throat again, Surzex drew everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. "We have a situation that requires the attention of the Director of Interdimensional Affairs," my brother said, his tone formal but urgent. "I gathered that much from your message," Serafal replied, her childlike persona dropping away to reveal the Satan beneath. Her eyes flickered to Toshio. "And who might this be?" I watched as Toshio stepped forward, his composure impressive given that he was standing before two of the most powerful beings in the supernatural world. There was something different about him since he'd returned from his summer training, other than his very nice, developing bod. I prevented myself from finishing the thought. "Toshio Amano." He introduced himself with a respectful bow. "It's an honor to meet you, Leviathan-sama." Serafal's eyes lit up. "Oh, you're the one Sona-chan threw a tantrum about when he wouldn't join her peerage." "I did not throw a tantrum," Sona interjected immediately, her cheeks flushing pink. "I merely expressed disappointment at losing a valuable potential piece." "You were stomping your feet and everything," Serafal stage whispered to Toshio, loud enough for all of us to hear. "It was adorable." Sona looked like she might die of embarrassment. I caught her eye and gave her a sympathetic smile, which she returned with a long-suffering look. "I like you already," Serafal continued, addressing Toshio directly. "Anyone who makes my Sona-chan all flustered is good in my book." She leaned in conspiratorially. "Though I'm glad you rejected her. That means I get to keep her all to myself." "Wani-sama," Sona protested, her face now approaching the color of my hair. I bit back a smile. Even in the midst of this crisis, Serafal's antics provided a brief moment of levity. But as Toshio began setting up the projector to display his photographs, that moment quickly faded. "I should warn you all," Toshio said, his voice growing somber. "These images aren't for the faint of heart." I noticed his eyes briefly flick toward Kaneko, and something in my chest warmed at his concern for her. Despite everything, despite the distance I tried to maintain between us this past month, he still cared for my peerage as if they were his own family. The first image appeared on the screen, and the room fell silent. The carnage was even worse, projected large on the wall. Bodies torn apart, blood splattered across ancient wood, the deliberate positioning of limbs and heads. It was a tableau of horror that went beyond simple murder. It seemed ritualistic, evil in its purest form. I glanced around the room, gauging reactions. Kiba's face had hardened into a mask of controlled anger. Kaneko had turned away, unable to look directly at the screen. She set her piece of candy down on the table, seemingly losing her appetite. Akino's usual playful demeanor had vanished completely, replaced by cold fury. Sona and Tsubaki analyzed the images with clinical detachment, though I could see the tension in their shoulders. But it was my brother and Serafal whose reactions concerned me most. Surzek's power was leaking slightly, a crimson aura barely visible around him as he stared at the images. Grafia placed a calming hand on his arm. Serafal's childish demeanor had completely disappeared, her eyes narrowed and calculating. "I discovered this yesterday afternoon," Toshio explained, his voice steady despite the horrific images he was displaying. "I was returning from a trip to Honshu when I sensed a disturbance in the area's spiritual energy. What I found was this." He moved through the photographs methodically, explaining each one. The slaughtered Tengu guards, the demonic symbols drawn in blood, the drain ley line node, the rune stones, cracked and corrupted. "This one," he said, pointing to an image of a creature with a large body and torn, leathery wings, was still feeding when I arrived. I eliminated it immediately. "A hellflyer," my brother said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "One of the common aerial soldiers from the old demon army." The implications of that statement hung heavy in the air. If the old demon faction was involved, this was more than just a random attack. It was potentially the first move in a larger strategy. "Those poor Tengu," Serafal said sorrowfully, her voice unusually quiet. Her usual childish effect completely gone now. I'll need to contact the Yukai faction immediately. Yasaka-chan needs to know about this. Toshio nodded. There was one survivor when I arrived. A Tengu named Kenji. He didn't make it, but his last words were asking me to tell Yasaka that he fought to the death for the Yukai. The room fell silent again, a moment of respect for the fallen warrior. I found myself impressed yet again with Toshio's composure. To witness such horror firsthand, to hold a dying Yukai in his arms, and to still maintain his calm while reporting it, it spoke to a strength of character that went beyond physical power. As Toshio continued explaining what he'd found, I found my thoughts drifting to how much he'd changed since we first met. The awkward, somewhat reserved boy who'd stumbled into our world had grown into a man who could stand before two Satans and report on a massacre without flinching. His training had clearly been effective, but there was something else there too, a deeper confidence, a sense of purpose. Which is why I thought it was important to bring this to your attention immediately, he was saying as my focus returned to his words. If someone is systematically draining ley lines, especially with old demon magic, the implications could be catastrophic. Surzex nodded gravely. You were right to come to us with this, Toshio-kun. This incident may be the harbinger of something dire in the near future. An omen of what's to come. I'm just glad I could help, Toshio replied. If there's anything else I can do to assist the Devil faction with this case, please let me know. I could tell the event had bothered him deeply, even if he wasn't showing it overtly. I didn't blame him. The images were disturbing enough. I couldn't imagine seeing it all firsthand. Inwardly, I hope my brother was seeing Toshio in a better light after this. Grafia too. They'd been skeptical of him, concerned about his growing power and his influence on me. Perhaps now they'd understand that he was an ally worth having, worth trusting. I'll accompany the Yukai to the shrine, Seraphal said, her voice now fully that of Satan rather than a magical girl. They'll need support from our faction, especially if we're dealing with old demon activity. Surzex nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. I'll look into any demonic movements we might have missed within Japan. I'll inform Ajuka and Falbium as well. The other devil leadership needs to be made aware of this immediately. It wasn't often I got to see this side of my brother, the serious, strategic Lucifer rather than my doting older sibling. He continued, his voice grim. I'll also have our scouts check the old demon fortresses, especially the crater of Arit. If any of them have been revived, we need to know. I noticed something in my brother's eyes as he spoke about the old demon faction, a shadow, a memory of pain. I knew he'd fought in the previous war, but he rarely spoke of it. Whatever he'd witnessed then must have been terrible indeed for it to still affect him now. He turned to me, his expression softening slightly. Rias, I need you and your peerage to stay vigilant. Investigate anything suspicious in your territory, but do not engage if you suspect demon involvement. Report directly to me. Yes, Oni-sama, I replied, straightening my posture. In moments like these, I was acutely aware of the responsibility that came with being a Gremory, with being his sister. With final farewells, Surzex, Grafia, and Seraphal departed via magic circles, leaving us to process what we just learned. The room felt strangely empty without their powerful presences. Toshio sighed heavily, slumping onto one of the couches. The mask of composure he'd maintained throughout the meeting seemed to crumble now that the Satans were gone. His eyes looked distant, unfocused, as if seeing ghosts only he could perceive. Aquino sat beside him immediately, pulling him into a gentle embrace. Are you all right? She asked softly. Not really, he admitted, his voice barely audible. I'm not used to seeing that level of cruelty, that kind of evil. I felt a pang in my chest, watching Aquino comfort him. Part of me wished it could be me sitting beside him, offering solace. But I created this distance between us, maintained it even when he'd asked me to stop just the other day. I'd promised to try to be his friend again, but staying just friends was much easier said than done. I knew my heart desired more than that. That Tengu, he continued, his voice hollow. Kenji. He was still alive when I found him, barely hanging on. His last thoughts weren't for himself. They were for his comrades, for his duty. There was nothing you could have done, Aquino assured him, stroking his hair gently. You couldn't have saved them. I know, he replied. That's what bothers me the most. The vulnerability in his voice, the raw honesty of his pain. It made my heart ache. In that moment, I wanted to comfort him too, to tell him that he'd done everything he could. Instead, I watched as Aquino filled that role, her gentle hands and soft words easing some of the tension from his shoulders. I realized I was staring and quickly averted my gaze, turning to address the rest of my peerage. Everyone should be on high alert. If my brother is concerned about this, then the situation is serious indeed. President, Kiba spoke up, his voice calm but his eyes hard with determination. Do you think we should increase our patrols around Kuo? If they're targeting ley lines, there are several minor nodes within our territory. I nodded, grateful for his focus. Yes, that's a good idea. We'll work with Sona's peerage to ensure full coverage. Kaneko gave a small nod, her eyes still averted from the screen where the last of Toshio's horrific photographs remained displayed. I moved to turn it off, wanting to spare her any further distress. She was still young after all. As we began discussing patrol schedules and communication protocols, I couldn't help but glance occasionally at Toshio. He was listening, but that faraway look remained in his eyes. Whatever he'd seen at that shrine had shaken him deeply, at least deeper than anything else I'd seen. When the meeting concluded and everyone began to disperse, I found myself approaching him as Aquino stepped away briefly to speak with Kaneko. Thank you, I said quietly, standing before him, for bringing this to our attention, for doing what you did. He looked up at me, surprise briefly flashing across his face before he offered a small smile. Just doing what needed to be done. No, I shook my head. Most humans would have run from what you found. You documented everything. You confronted that demon. You comforted a dying Tengu. That's not just doing what needed to be done. That's bravery. Something shifted in his expression then, a softening around the eyes, a lessening of the tension in his jaw. Thank you, Rias. That means a lot coming from you. The way he said my name made my heart flutter in a way I'd been trying desperately to suppress. I was about to respond when Aquino returned, sliding her arm through his. Ready to go home? She asked him. I think you could use some rest after all this. Yeah, he agreed, standing. I could definitely use some sleep. I stepped back, allowing them space. Take care of yourself, Toshio. And again, thank you. As they left, Aquino leading him gently toward the door, I felt that familiar ache in my chest. The one I've been trying to ignore since summer break ended. Since I decided to create distance between us for both our sakes. I took a deep breath and returned to my desk. I still had to go over our devil contracts for tomorrow. The warmth of two bodies pressed against mine pulled me from sleep, though I wasn't quite ready to face consciousness yet. Aquino's bare skin was soft against my chest, her breathing slow and even as she slept. On my other side, a small furry weight curled into the crook of my arm. Kuroka in her cat form, purring contentedly. The situation had become normal over the past few weeks, though it presented complications I still needed to address. Specifically, the conversation I'd been putting off with Aquino about Kuroka's true identity. My fingers moved almost unconsciously to play with Aquino's hair, which cascaded across my torso in silky black waves. She left it down after our activities last night, and I had to admit I loved seeing it this way. Though her usual ponytail was incredibly attractive too, something about the elegance of it combined with that teasing smile she always wore. Last night had been intense, not physically but emotionally. At least, it was more emotion and distress than I was accustomed to ever feeling. The images from that shrine kept replaying in my mind whenever I closed my eyes. The dismembered Tengu, the ritualistic desecration, Kenji's final words asking me to tell Yasaka he'd fought to the death. Aquino had held me through it all, her presence grounding me when the memories threatened to overwhelm. Her method of distraction always seemed to work, at least for a while. I felt Aquino stir against me, her body shifting slightly. A moment later, her violet eyes opened, immediately focusing on my face with that perceptive gaze that seemed to see straight through me. "Good morning," she murmured, her voice husky with sleep. "How are you feeling?" "Better," I admitted. "Thanks to you." "One," she smiled, that beautiful expression that made my heart skip a beat, then leaned up to press her lips to mine. The kiss was gentle and reassuring. When she pulled back, her eyes searched mine again. "You're still thinking about it," she observed. Her eyes held mild worry in them. Yeah, there was no point in lying to her. She could read me too well. Her expression shifted to a more playful one. "Let me help you forget," she said, her sensual voice dropping to that lower register that always sent heat coursing through me. Before I could respond, she shifted her position, moving to straddle my hips. I'd stopped wearing underwear to bed weeks ago. It seemed pointless given our nightly activities. The heat of her bare lower lips pressed against my rapidly hardening cock. "Aquino," I started, but she silenced me with another kiss, this one deeper and more demanding. Her hips began to move, grinding against me in slow, deliberate circles. The friction of her already wet pussy was maddening, pleasure building with each rotation. My hands moved to her waist, gripping her hips as she worked me. "Just feel," she whispered against my lips. "Don't think. Just feel me." 2. I surrendered control to her, letting the sensations wash over me. Her breasts pressed against my chest, her hair creating a curtain around us, her soft moans mixing with my own groans. The rest of the world faded away until there was only this, only us. Kuroka, apparently sensing the shift in atmosphere, woke up and jumped on top of the headboard. Watching. "What a little voyeur," Aquino giggled, her hands sliding down my chest. She focused back on me. "Let me take care of you properly, Toshikin." She lifted her hips, angled my length, and enveloped me, taking me to the base. What followed was a blur of heat and pleasure, our bodies moving together with practiced familiarity. She knew exactly how to touch me, where to kiss, how to drive me wild. And I'd learned her body just as thoroughly, knew the spots that made her gasp, the pressure that made her moan my name. The majority of the time, our escapades were quite rough. However, there were occasionally times like these where it was slow and loving. By the time we finally lay spent and satisfied, the morning sun was streaming through the windows, painting her flushed skin in golden light. "Thank you," I said quietly, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Always," she replied, snuggling closer. "I love you, Toshio. I don't think I'll ever get tired of hearing you say that." She giggled. I kissed the top of her head, pulling her into a tight hug. "I love you too, Aquino." We stayed like that for a few minutes, both of us ignoring yet appreciating the feeling of my cum leaking out of her onto my thigh. I was glad devils had notoriously low birth rates. That way I didn't have to ever worry about contraception. She sighed, interrupting my thoughts. "Though as much as I'd love to stay here all day, I should probably head to the ORC. Rias scheduled an early meeting last night." I groaned. "Right, I forgot about that." She giggled in that adorable way. "You were a bit distracted last night. Can you blame me?" "Not at all." She stretched languidly, like a satisfied cat, before reluctantly disentangling herself from my embrace. "But duty calls, unfortunately." I watched as she gathered her scattered uniform, admiring the view shamelessly. The bruises from our rougher encounters had faded thanks to her devil healing, but I could still see the faint marks on her hips where my fingers had gripped her, the faint bite marks on her neck. I wasn't particularly into biting, but she sure was being bitten in her case. 3. I continued to observe as she bent over, slowly putting on her panties, giving me a show. I couldn't help but smirk as she trapped what I had just deposited. After experiencing S&M stuff with her, I could probably say it wasn't my kink. However, the kink I did discover I had was providing my partner with as much pleasure as possible, no matter what I had to do. In Aquino's case, I happily and eagerly participated in her kinks due to this. Just like her panties, she slowly pulled up her skirt, giving me a view of her perfect rear, her panties now visibly damp. "4, you're staring," she teased, glancing over her shoulder with a knowing smile. "Can you blame me?" I repeated, not taking my eyes off the beautiful sight. she laughed, pulling on her clothes with more efficient movements. Once dressed, she leaned down to kiss me one more time. I'll see you tomorrow morning? Yeah, I'll be there. I really enjoyed the walks with the ORC to school. I'm sure they would normally just teleport, but everyone seemed to enjoy the morning journey. Well, besides maybe a tense Rias. After she left via magic circle, I forced myself out of bed and headed to the basement for my morning workout. The routine helped clear my mind and gave me something to focus on besides the lingering images of carnage. I was midway through a set of weighted pull-ups when I felt familiar arms wrap around me from behind, soft bare skin pressing against my sweat-slicked back. The extra weight was hardly noticeable. Your musk is extremely pleasant, Naya, Kuroka purred, her breath hot against my neck. I dropped from the bar after she let go and gracefully landed, and I turned to face her. As expected, she was completely naked, her curvaceous form on full display without a hint of shame. Yours is just as nice, I replied honestly. There was something about her scent, earthy and warm with a hint of something indefinably feline, that I found oddly comforting. You enjoy the show again this morning? I asked as I dabbed my bare chest with a towel. Every time, Naya, she said in a low, sultry voice, her eyes lidded. Whenever Akino wasn't spending the night with me, Kuroka and I would get physical instead. Though she held true to her word, still no actual sex. Not that I was complaining. Her mouth and bosom already did incredible things. She stepped forward and licked a drop of sweat off my cheek. She then stepped back, and in the blink of an eye, her black kimono materialized around her body, though it hung loosely off one shoulder in her typical style. So, she said, her mood shifting and her golden eyes studying me intently. Are you going to tell me what happened yesterday? You came home with that lightning priestess before I could ask. I sighed, using my towel to wipe the remaining sweat from my face. You might want to sit down for this. Her ears twitched with interest, but she remained standing, her tail swishing behind her. That's serious? Yeah, that's serious. I explained everything. The shrine, the slaughtered Tengu, the drained ley line, the demonic symbols, and Kenji's dying words. She listened without interruption, her expression growing more focused with each detail. She hummed when I finished. Interesting, but not particularly concerning. Naya. The major ley lines have protectors. Kyoto's is heavily guarded. But there are minor nodes around Kuo, I pointed out, small enough that they don't warrant shrines or dedicated protectors. Her tail stilled. True, and if the old demon faction is making moves, there's a chance, however small, that they could target this area. I watched her carefully. Kaneko lives here. That got her attention. Her entire posture shifted, her casual demeanor replaced by something sharper, more dangerous. What are the chances? She asked, her voice losing its playful lilt. Honestly, I don't think they'll target Kuo directly. It would be too revealing, too likely to draw immediate devil attention. I leaned against the wall. But the chance is there. And if the demon generals or leadership are anything like Gom, I didn't need to finish the sentence. She'd heard about my encounter with Gom and knew how close that fight had been. You need to get stronger, she said simply. I know. Her expression softened slightly, that teasing smile returning. Well then, it's fortunate you have such an excellent teacher, Naya. Time for ki and senjutsu training. We moved to the meditation space I had built in the basement. Though before we get started, the Nakomata began. She came close and wrapped her arms around my neck, looking in my eyes. You're okay, right? Things don't bother you. This did. I appreciated the attempt at comfort. I knew it wasn't her forte. Yeah, if I end up fighting more of them, this will likely prepare me to see more of it anyway. I could see the concern deepen in her eyes. I also have amiable and reliable people like you and Akino who help quite a bit. She gave me a small smile, then stepped back. That's good. I don't want you being distracted during our time together after all, Naya. She gave me a mischievous smirk. Over the next several hours, Kuroka put me through my paces. We started with ki cultivation, building on the foundation we'd established over the past weeks. Under her instruction, I could feel my control improving, the energy flowing more smoothly through my body. My key cultivation skill jumped from rank 3 to rank 5, the system notification appearing in the corner of my vision. Good, Kuroka praised, circling me as I maintained the meditative pose. You're ready for the next step, which is incorporating nature energy. Senjutsu. She settled in front of me, cross-legged, her expression serious. Listen carefully because this is important, Naya. I nodded, giving her my full attention. Senjutsu has many applications, she explained. Healing, restoring life force, transformation, though that wouldn't be helpful for you right now, since you're already physically mature. And of course, infusing your attacks with nature's power. Sounds incredibly useful. It is, but there's a drawback. Her golden eyes held mine. Senjutsu can draw in negative or evil energies. If you're not careful, it can corrupt you, which means it's particularly ineffective, dangerous, even to use against demons. My heart sank slightly, so it won't help me if I face more of them. Not directly, she agreed. But, and this is the important part, mastering Senjutsu provides the foundation for Tuki. And Tuki doesn't have those drawbacks, Naya. It's pure and purified life energy, unaffected by corruption. Much stronger for enhancing power, speed, and defense. How much stronger? Her smile turned predatory. Strong enough that I could tear through most high-class devils without breaking a sweat. That was impressive, and exactly what I needed if I was going to survive encounters with demon generals. It might even be stronger than Ryoryoka body enhancement. Teach me, I said firmly. So eager, she teased. First, you need to learn to sense nature energy. Feel it flowing around you. It'll help being here instead of a forest, so it doesn't overwhelm you. She stood, moving to kneel in front of me. This might feel a bit intimate, Naya. Before I could ask what she meant, she positioned my head between her large breasts, her hands settling on my shoulders. The sudden softness against my face was distracting, to say the least. Really, I said, my voice slightly muffled. Is this necessary? Completely necessary, she purred. Now stop complaining and pay attention, Naya. I felt her begin to circulate her own energy, drawing in nature's power and mixing it with her ki. The sensation was unlike anything I'd experienced. Warm and cool simultaneously, wild yet controlled, ancient and new. Then she began flowing it into me. The effect was immediate and unexpected. Heat flooded through my body, but it wasn't the comfortable warmth of ki cultivation. This was different, primal, overwhelming, and incredibly arousing. My body responded instantly, hardening to the point of pain. I heard Kuroka's breath hitch, felt her grip on my shoulders tighten. What the hell? I managed to gasp out. I don't know, Naya, she admitted, her voice breathy and strained. I've never done this before. Never shared Senjutsu flow like this. The arousal kept building as we maintained contact. The Senjutsu, flowing between us in an endless circuit. It was getting harder to focus on anything other than the overwhelming need building in my core. Kuroka, I groaned, my hands moving to her hips almost of their own accord. We need to. I know, she gasped, but she didn't stop the flow of energy. If anything, it intensified. I couldn't take it anymore. The combination of her soft body pressed against me, her intoxicating scent, and the raw primal energy coursing through my veins shattered what little restraint I had left. I stood abruptly, lifting her with me, and pinned her against the basement wall. Her legs wrapped around my waist instinctively, and I captured her mouth in a desperate, hungry kiss. She responded with equal fervor, her nails digging into my shoulders as she ground against me. The Senjutsu flow never stopped. If anything, it seemed to amplify our arousal, creating a feedback loop of sensation that threatened to consume us both. Your shirt, I growled against her lips, tugging at the loose kimono. She didn't argue, simply letting the garment fall away to pool on the floor. Her breasts were magnificent, full, and perfect, and I couldn't resist lowering my head to take one nipple into my mouth. The cry she let out was pure ecstasy, her back arching to press herself more firmly against me. I sucked hard, my tongue circling the sensitive peak while my hand kneaded her other breast. Toshikin, she moaned, her fingers tangling in my hair. More, I need more, Naya. The senjutsu continued flowing between us, the energy seeming to concentrate wherever our skin touched. It was overwhelming and intoxicating, driving us both towards something I didn't fully understand. I pulled back from her breast with a wet pop, then moved to the other, giving it the same attention. Her moans filled the basement, uninhibited and desperate. I'd never heard her quite like this before, always in control, always teasing, but now she was as lost to the sensation as I was. We can't, she gasped even as her body betrayed her words, grinding harder against me. Not yet, not until... I know, I said, pulling back slightly to look into her golden eyes. They were dilated with lust, her pupils blown wide. No penetration, but we need relief. Now, she nodded frantically, and I carefully lowered us both to the floor. Within seconds, we'd positioned ourselves into a 69, her face level with my aching cock while mine was buried between her thighs. The moment my tongue made contact with her dripping pussy, she cried out, her hips bucking against my face. She tasted incredible, sweet and musky and uniquely her. I licked a long stripe up her slit, savoring every drop of her arousal. Then I felt her mouth close around my length, hot and wet and perfect, and I nearly lost it right there. She took me deep, her throat relaxing to accommodate my size, and I groaned against her pussy. The senjutsu flow intensified, pulsing through both of us in waves that seemed to synchronize with our movements. Every lick, every suck, every moan was amplified by the energy connecting us. I focused on her clit, circling it with my tongue before sucking it gently between my lips. She responded by taking me even deeper, her hands gripping my thighs as she worked me with practiced skill. The pleasure built rapidly, that familiar coil tightening in my core. I could feel her getting close to, her thighs beginning to tremble on either side of my head, her moans vibrating around my cock. Kuroka, I gasped, pulling back just enough to speak. I'm close. She didn't respond verbally, just doubled her efforts, one hand moving to massage my balls while her mouth worked magic on my length. I returned my attention to her pussy, adding 2 fingers to thrust inside her while my tongue continued its assault on her clit. She was so wet, her walls clenching around my fingers as I curled them to hit that spot I'd learned drove her wild. We came almost simultaneously, her scream muffled around my cock as I groaned into her pussy. The orgasm was intense, amplified by the senjutsu, flowing between us, wave after wave of pleasure that seemed to go on forever. When it finally subsided, we both lay gasping, still tangled together on the basement floor. The senjutsu flow had settled into something more manageable, no longer the overwhelming torrent it had been. A notification appeared in my vision. New skill unlocked. Senjutsu Flow, Rank 1. Senjutsu Flow can be fused with Ki Cultivation to form Senjutsu Dichotomy. New fused skill unlocked. Senjutsu Dichotomy. Rank 1, the perfect synchronization of inner life energy and nature's energy. This fusion creates a balanced flow that enhances all physical and spiritual abilities. Warning: can absorb negative/evil/malignant energy, resulting in corruption of the soul/holification. Well, that wasn't good. Last thing I needed to happen was to go Ichigo Vasto Lord and kill everyone I cared about. I untangle myself from her, sitting in a meditative pose again. I want to try something. Likely seeing if I was circulating it correctly, she sat on my lap, settled comfortably against me, her legs wrapping around my waist, breasts pressed against my chest. Luckily, I was a little more focused this time. With eyes closed, I activated Senjutsu Dichotomy. As it flowed, the 2 energies seemed to recognize each other, seeking balance naturally. Perfect, Kuroka breathed, and I could hear the genuine awe in her voice. Toshi-kun, your balance is incredible. The way your ki and nature energy are synchronizing. It took me months to achieve this level of harmony, Naya. I opened my eyes to find her golden gaze fixed on me with an expression I'd never seen before. Genuine surprise, mixed with something that looked almost like pride. Is it really that unusual? I asked. Very. Most practitioners struggle for years to find this balance. Her hands rested on my shoulders, her touch gentle now rather than desperate. You have a natural affinity for it. But now comes the hard part, making it second nature, maintaining it without conscious thought. I nodded, already feeling the strain of keeping the energies balanced. It was like juggling while walking a tightrope, possible but requiring constant attention. As it ranked up, it would likely become easier. We'll practice daily, she said firmly. Morning and evening sessions until you can maintain the flow even while fighting. And the side effects? I asked, acutely aware of how our earlier session had affected us both. A sly smile crossed her face. I suppose we'll just have to endure them, Naya. For the sake of your training, of course. Of course, I agreed, unable to keep the amusement from my voice. Though, that was likely just because I flowed mine into you. So as long as we don't do that, we should be good, I finished. Though, I'm not completely opposed to trying it again. Maybe flowing mine into you at the same time. Sounds like it could be an interesting experiment. She laughed. Well, I'm sure you'd like that, Naya. She leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to my lips, so different from the desperate hunger of earlier. You're doing well, Toshikon. Better than I expected. I have a good teacher. The best, she corrected with a wink, then climbed off my lap. Now, let's get cleaned up. Again, you're meeting with your lightning priestess tomorrow morning, aren't you? Yeah. I stood, stretching muscles that were pleasantly sore. Though I think I need to have a conversation with her soon. About you. Kuroka's expression grew serious. No, she deserves to know the truth, I said firmly. And I think she'll understand. She's not like other devils. She's a devil and a subordinate. Once Rias finds out, Surzex finds out. Once he finds out, she retrieved her kimono from the floor, slipping it back on with practiced ease. This ends. I'm already risking enough being in cat form around them. It needs to happen eventually, I stated. She walked up to me, eyes promising pain, and not the Aquino kind. You will tell no one. After staring heatedly into my eyes, she sighed and slumped her shoulders. Okay, I know we'll have to for Chiron's sake, but not now. Not yet. I pulled her into a gentle hug. Don't worry, Kuroka. I wouldn't ever betray the trust you've given me. We'll tell them when we're both ready. I pulled her away, my hands on her shoulders as I looked into her pouty eyes. Okay. She looked away, grabbing her upper arm with her right hand. No fair. I chuckled. What do you mean? I asked, amused. It's no fair when you do that and say those kinds of things. She pouted harder. I snorted. Come on, kitty cat, let's go get cleaned up. She reluctantly took my hand. As we headed upstairs to shower, I found my mind drifting to the inevitable conversation ahead. Most importantly, how would Aquino react to learning that the cat she'd been living with was actually an SS class criminal? That I'd been harboring Kuroka for months without telling anyone? Less importantly, how would she feel about the physical relationship Kuroka and I had developed? We'd confessed our love for each other, but we hadn't exactly discussed exclusivity. The supernatural world seemed to have different standards when it came to relationships, but that didn't mean assumptions were safe. I thought back to our conversation about Rias, how Aquino was encouraging about my feelings for her king. She'd probably be understanding about Kuroka too. If anything, knowing that Kuroka watched us whenever we had sex would probably get her off. Regardless, it was a conversation that couldn't be delayed much longer. Secrets had a way of coming out at the worst possible times, and I'd rather control the revelation than have it explode in my face. But that was a problem for future me. Tonight, I had training to focus on, both the magical kind and the kind that involved exploring my inner world. After showering and preparing a late dinner, teriyaki salmon with roasted vegetables that had Kuroka purring in satisfaction, I retreated to my bedroom. Kuroka had curled up in her cat form on the sun loft, apparently sleepy from our training session, though she always seemed sleepy during her downtime. After theorizing with wave motion and try to work WMC into actual skills, I lay back on my bed, closing my eyes and reaching for that familiar pull that led me into my inner world. The transition was smooth now, not requiring meditation. One moment I was in my bedroom, the next I was standing in that vast landscape that represented my soul. The sky was dotted with stars and distant nebulas, and in the distance, I could see the bench where Shinjuka often waited. Today her hair was a deep crimson, cascading over her shoulders and down her back. "Toshio," she greeted, her voice echoing with layers of meaning. "Come, rest." I approached, and she gestured for me to sit. I settled with my back against her chest, my head resting between her breasts. They made excellent pillows, soft and warm. Her arms wrapped around me, holding me close, and I felt some of the tension I'd been carrying since yesterday finally begin to ease. "You're still troubled," she observed. Not question. Yeah, no point in hiding anything from her. She was literally part of my soul. The shrine, the demons. It's all overwhelming, she finished. "You witnessed true evil yesterday, the kind that exists purely to destroy and corrupt. How do I deal with that?" I asked quietly. "How do I process what I saw?" Her fingers traced patterns on my chest, soothing and grounding. "By understanding that evil exists, but so does good. You helped those Tengu, even if you couldn't save them. You documented everything, ensured their deaths wouldn't be meaningless. You did what you could. It doesn't feel like enough." "It never does," she said softly. "But you're stronger now than you were. Physically, yes, but also mentally. You didn't break when confronted with that horror. You didn't run. That matters." I let her words sink in, feeling the truth in them, even if they didn't completely erase the images burned into my memory. "I wanted to ask you something," I said after a moment, "about Ki versus Riryoku. Riryoku already seems incredibly powerful. I can enhance my body with it, use techniques like Zero. So what's the real advantage of Ki?" Shinjuka was quiet for a moment, her fingers continuing their soothing patterns. When she spoke, her voice carried that quality of ancient wisdom that always made me pay closer attention. "Riryoku is spiritual power, the manifestation of your soul's energy. It's what allows beings like Shinigami or Hollows to fight, to use Zanpakuto, to perform techniques like Zero or Shuinpa." Her hand moved to rest over my heart. "Ki is different. It's life energy, the power that flows through your physical body, through every living thing. It's what monks and martial artists cultivate over lifetimes. But I'm not purely spiritual or purely physical," I said, beginning to understand. "Exactly." I could hear the smile in her voice. "Pure spiritual beings cannot learn Ki cultivation because they have no living body to channel it through. A Chinese monk has no spiritual form to manifest Riryoku. But you, Toshio, you exist in both states. Human body with a dense spiritual soul bound to it, which means I can learn both." "Yes, but there's a roadblock stunting your power, something preventing you from fully accessing what you're capable of." I frowned, turning my head slightly to look up at her masked face. "What is it?" "That's for you to discover," she said, and I could hear the gentle amusement in her tone. Irritation flared. "Why can't you just tell me?" "Because—" Yeah, I know," I interrupted, unable to help myself. "It wouldn't mean as much, and I wouldn't be as powerful if you just handed me the answer." Her laugh was like music, warm and genuine. The sound made her chest vibrate against my head in a way that was oddly comforting. "You're learning," she teased, her fingers ruffling my hair affectionately. My adorable, frustrating partner. I couldn't help but smile despite my irritation. "You enjoy making things difficult for me. I enjoy watching you grow. There's a difference." Her arms tightened around me. "But to answer your original question, both Ki and Riryoku are valuable on their own. Combined, though, the fusion will surpass anything you can currently imagine. It will transcend the limitations of both energies individually." "A fusion skill?" I asked, my interest fully captured now. "Eventually, yes. When you're ready. We've overcome that roadblock holding you back." Shinjuka's fingers traced along my jawline. "For now, focus on mastering each energy separately. Build your foundations properly. The rest will come in time." I wanted to press for more details, but I knew it would be futile. She'd already given me more than she usually did. Instead, I let myself relax into her embrace, enjoying the peace of this inner world where the horrors of reality couldn't quite reach. "Thank you," I said quietly, "for being here, for helping me through this." "Always," she replied, her voice soft with genuine affection. "We're bound together, Toshio. Your pain is my pain. Your triumphs are mine as well. I'll always be here when you need me." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, her presence soothing the jagged edges of my psyche that yesterday's discovery had torn open. The stars above us seemed to pulse in rhythm with our shared heartbeat, and I felt myself drifting into a meditative state. "One more thing," Shinjuku said, breaking the silence. "You're training with an Akomada. Be careful. Senjutsu is powerful, but it comes with risks you may not fully appreciate yet." "The corruption, you mean?" "Partially, but also—" She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "The intimacy required for what you're learning creates bonds, connections that go deeper than physical attraction. Make sure you understand what you're building with her." I thought about Kuroka, her teasing nature, her protective instincts toward Kaneko, and the way she'd opened up to me about her past. The physical aspect of our relationship was undeniable, but Shinjuku was right. There was something more developing between us. "I care about her," I admitted, "more than I probably should, given how complicated everything already is." "Caring isn't wrong," Shinjuku assured me. "Just be honest, with her and with yourself, and with your lightning priestess when the time comes." "I know. I will." I shifted slightly, turning to look up at her beautiful face. "You sound like you approve of this whole multiple partners thing." Her laugh was warm. "I'm part of your soul, Toshio. I feel what you feel. I know your heart has room for more than one person. The question isn't whether I approve, it's whether you can handle the complications that come with it." "That's a fair point." I settled back against her, though I have a feeling those complications are going to get more complex before they get simpler. "Probably," she agreed with amusement. "But that's what makes life interesting, isn't it?" I spent another few hours in my inner world discussing various aspects of my training plans, ending with training and sparring with my Shurkai. When I returned, I noticed Kuroka cuddled up to my side, fast asleep, naked of course. I smiled and gently kissed the top of her head before going to sleep myself. I was grateful once again for my dreamless slumber. The scratch of graphite on paper had become as familiar to me as breathing. More familiar, perhaps, than actually paying attention to whatever sensei was droning on about at the front of the classroom. I added another layer to the runic formula I'd been sketching, my hand moving almost automatically while my mind worked through the theoretical applications. I was trying to come up with a defense spell, because right now my primary defense was speed, which wouldn't help if speed wasn't a viable defense strategy. It was a kind of barrier that used a vacuum of space as its core, using wave motion to create microscopic singularities that absorbed light to create hard light over a magic barrier, strengthening it by a magnitude of. Akino's hand on my thigh squeezed gently, her fingers tracing idle patterns that would have been distracting if I hadn't grown so accustomed to her touch over the past few weeks. Our desks were practically touching now. They had been since she'd charmed all our teachers into thinking this level of physical closeness was perfectly normal between study partners. The student body, however, remained very much aware of what was happening. I could feel their stares even without looking up from my notebook. A mixture of envy, curiosity, and scandal that Akino seemed to feed off like it was her own personal entertainment. She could have easily charmed them, too, making everyone think our relationship was mundane and unremarkable. But where would the fun be in that? I glanced to my right, where Rias sat at her own desk, maintaining a careful distance that had become increasingly frustrating over the past month. Her crimson hair caught the afternoon light streaming through the windows, and I found myself studying the tension in her shoulders, the way she held her pen just a little too tightly. Our conversation after the sparring match with Kiba had helped, but only marginally. She was trying. I could see that much, but whatever internal conflict she was wrestling with kept her from fully relaxing around me. It was like watching someone fight against quicksand. The harder she struggled to maintain that formal distance, the more obvious it became that she didn't actually want it. Akino's hand stopped moving, her fingers pressing more firmly against my thigh in a way that immediately pulled my attention from both the formula and my thoughts about Rias. I looked up from my sketchbook, actually focusing on Sensei's words rather than just passively memorizing them through the help of perfect memory. Something about the way Akino had tense suggested this was important. Historical significance cannot be overstated, Sensei was saying, gesturing at a map of Kyoto projected on the screen at the front of the classroom. The shrines and temples we'll be visiting during the school trip represent over 1,000 years of Japanese cultural heritage. Kayamdara, Fushimi Inari, the Golden Pavilion. These are treasures that every student should experience firsthand. A school trip to Kyoto in 2 months. My stomach sank as the implications hit me like a wave function collapsing to a single, merciless eigenstate. Kyoto wasn't just another city. It was the heart of Yukai territory in Japan. The main ley line, the most powerful concentration of spiritual energy in the entire country, ran directly through it. And if someone was systematically attacking minor ley line nodes, like the one I discovered at Mount Kumatori, I glanced at Akino, who was watching me with those perceptive violet eyes that saw far too much. She knew exactly what I was thinking. Her hand squeezed my thigh again, this time in what felt like reassurance rather than warning. Of course this would happen, I thought grimly. Of course there would be a school trip to the one place most likely to become a target. It was like I'd been dropped into the plot of a story, complete with convenient narrative timing. 2 months would give the old demon faction plenty of time to make their move, to set whatever plan they were executing into motion. And we'd be walking right into it with a bunch of normal students who had no idea the supernatural world even existed. I forced myself to pay attention as Sensei continued explaining the itinerary, listing off shrines and historical landmarks with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved their subject. Under normal circumstances, I might have been interested. I'd always appreciated Japanese history and architecture. But now all I could think about was how many of those shrines sat on top of ley line nodes, how vulnerable they might be, how many Yukai guards could end up like Kenji. The bell rang, pulling me from my increasingly dark thoughts. Students around us began packing up, the usual end-of-day chatter filling the classroom. I noticed several groups glancing our way, probably expecting the daily show that Akino and I had become known for. I stood, gathering my things with mechanical efficiency. Akino rose beside me, her movements graceful and deliberate as always. We walked toward the door together, close enough that our shoulders brushed with each step. "So," she said once we were in the hallway, her voice pitched low enough that only I could hear beneath the general noise of students. "What are the odds this trip will be peaceful?" "Somewhere between 0 and absolutely not happening," I replied, unable to keep the dry humor from my tone. She giggled, that musical sound that never failed to make something in my chest warm. That's what I thought, though I have to admit, the timing is almost suspiciously convenient, right? Like someone's writing a script and decided this would be the perfect dramatic setup. Era. Maybe we should prepare for a fight scene, then her hand found mine, fingers intertwining naturally. Or skip straight to the steamy scene right before the big bad makes his move, she said suggestively, pressing her perfect chest in my arm. Who says we have to skip? I'm sure dishing out some pain on some evil demons would be just as fun for you, I replied, smirking at her. She just smiled innocently at me. You know me too well, Toshi-kun, I snorted in amusement. In any case, at least we'll have 2 months to prepare. We continued down the hallway toward the athletics building, our conversation shifting to more suggestive territory. Akino had no qualms about discussing exactly what she wanted to do to me later in explicit detail, her voice carrying just enough to make nearby students' eyes widen and faces flush. I responded in kind, describing my own plans with enough specificity to make her breath catch and her grip on my hand tighten. This had become our routine, pushing boundaries, testing limits, and enjoying the reactions we provoked. It was liberating in a way, not caring what others thought, just existing in this bubble of mutual desire and understanding. By the time we reached the door to the Kendo dojo, my heart was racing for reasons that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Akino turned to face me, her back against the wall beside the entrance. Her violet eyes were dark with promise, lips curved in that smile that never failed to make my pulse quicken. "I'll see you tonight?" she asked, though it wasn't really a question. "Yeah," I confirmed, already leaning in. The kiss was deep and thorough, her mouth opening beneath mine as her hands slid up my chest to grip my shoulders. I pressed closer, one hand finding her hip while the other cupped the back of her neck, holding her exactly where I wanted her. She made a small sound of pleasure that went straight to my groin, her body molding against mine in a way that would definitely give any passers-by quite a show. Not that either of us cared. Her hands moved lower, groping with deliberate intent that made me groan into her mouth. I responded by sliding my hand from her hip to her ass, squeezing firmly through her skirt. The barrier of clothing was frustrating. I wanted to feel her skin, wanted to pick up exactly where we'd left off this morning. But we were still in public, still technically on school grounds, and even our shamelessness had some limits. A throat clear behind us, sharp and deliberate enough to cut through the haze of desire that had consumed my attention. I was wondering when she was going to make her presence known. I pulled back from Akino, turning to find Sona Citri, standing a few feet away, arms crossed beneath her chest, one hip cocked in a posture that screamed disapproval. Her violet eyes, so similar to Akino's, yet completely different in their expression, regarded us with the kind of stern authority that only a student council president could manage. "Really?" Sona said, her voice carrying that precise edge of irritation mixed with exasperation. "In the middle of the hallway? During club hours?" Akino's laugh was light and entirely unrepentant, her hand still resting possessively on my chest. Era, Sona-chan. Is there a problem?" I was just saying goodbye to Toshikoin before his club activities. That, Sona gestured at us with one hand, her expression growing more severe, was far more than a goodbye. This is a school, not a love hotel. There are rules about public displays of affection on school grounds, and both of you are flagrantly violating them. I felt Akino's fingers trace idle patterns on my chest, her body language suggesting she found this entire situation amusing rather than concerning. "But Sona-chan," I made sure to check the student handbook. "There's nothing explicitly prohibiting kissing between students. Because we shouldn't need an explicit rule against students groping each other in public hallways," Sona replied, her tone growing sharper. She turned her attention to me, and I felt the full weight of her analytical gaze. "Amano-san, I expected better judgment from you. You're setting a terrible example for the other students." "My apologies, Kaicho," I said, though I couldn't really feel any remorse for my actions. "We'll be more mindful of our surroundings." "More mindful?" Sona's eyebrow rose. "That implies you were mindful to begin with," which clearly wasn't the case. She adjusted her glasses in that way she did when particularly annoyed. "This isn't the first time I've had to address this issue with you two. In fact, it's becoming a disturbing pattern." Akino shifted closer to me, her hand sliding down to intertwine with mine. "You know, Sona-chan, you're awfully tense about this. Perhaps you need someone to help you relax? I'm sure we could arrange something." The suggestion was deliberately provocative, and I felt a smirk forming on my face. Sona's expression, however, remained coolly disapproving, though I noticed a faint pink tinge coloring her cheeks. "That is entirely inappropriate," Sona said firmly. "And stop calling me Sona-chan in public. We're at school, but we've known each other since." "I don't care. At school you will address me as Shitori-san. Era, so commanding. Makes me wonder what you're like behind closed doors." I struggled not to chortle at her comments and Sona's reactions. Sona adjusted her glasses, causing light to reflect from them. "That is quite enough, Himejima-san." Sona leveled an intense glare our way, her demonic aura flaring. Say what you will, Sona was the daughter of the Citries, a political high-class devil. Her demonic energy was much stronger than what Akino could produce. Seemingly cold, Akino took a sidestep from me. "Of course, Shitori-sen," Akino said respectfully with a small bow. I didn't really like that Sona was using her political weight and aura to make my woman obey her. A flash of anger spiked through me unexpected, but before I could say anything, "Yes, Sona, that is quite enough." Sona snapped her head to the source, seeing a very displeased Rias standing with her hands on her hips. She walked up to my side, leveling her own glare and aura at Sona. "I would appreciate it if you didn't intimidate my peerage and be friends with your devil heritage." I caught the quick correction. "How interesting. Then maybe you should keep them on a tighter leash like I do mine, that they may obey to rules we have in place at this institution." Rias pointed her finger at the wannabe Ice Queen. "Back off, Sona. You may be my friend, but I won't tolerate any hostility towards those I'm close to." Rias' own demonic aura flared. I noticed it, but Sona clearly did too. Rias was much denser and greater. She really had been training, unlike her canon counterpart. Sona adjusted her glasses again, turning to the side. "Yes, well, please be sure to control your subordinates in the future." And with that, she walked off, her strides quicker with retreat. Rias huffed, lowering her hand and containing her aura. "She's been a good friend in the past, but lately she's been such a handful." "Thank you, Rias, for standing up for us," I said, stepping up to her, placing my hand on her arm. This caused her to flinch almost imperceptibly before she quickly recovered. She smiled warmly, something that I had missed seeing. Damn, she was beautiful. Well, of course. I'd never let my best friend be treated that way. Best friend? For some reason, I don't think that was what she corrected herself with earlier. The enunciation of the beginning of the word wasn't quite right. We both then felt a tiny zap to our rear ends, causing us to jump forward slightly into each other. In an effort to stabilize each other, we ended up hugging with bodies pressed into each other. Era. Trying to steal my man right in front of me. Rias? I had felt it enough times to know that was Akino's lightning, though I didn't release the hug right away. Rias then pushed herself off of me. I didn't fight the disappointment that followed, but it was nice to see Rias blush quite heavily. "That's not funny, Akino." Obviously, it was, if Akino's giggle was anything to go by. And you know I'd never steal anything from my peerage. She crossed her arms and pouted adorably. Then instead of stealing, how about we share? Akino walked between us, a hand on each of our waists, before using her devil strength to pull us in together, all of our chests now touching. How could she keep that innocent smile on her face like that? Ria's hand shot up, try not to touch either of us. Akino, it was my turn to join in. I wrapped my arms behind both of their waists, pulling them closer, Rias slightly more. She snapped her head to me, blush as strong as a triple covalent bond. You know, that does sound pretty nice. Why wake up next to one girl when I could wake up next to two? I said with a broad smile, one neither of them was used to seeing from me, I'm sure. Akino giggled while Rias' brain short-circuited. Using her own demonic energy this time, she flared it and pushed both of us away, faces crimson as her hair. Unlike what I expected, she just adjusted her disheveled uniform and stood tall. Toshio, I'll see you later. Akino, I'll see you at the ORC. And with that, she turned heel and left. Me and Akino looked at each other, now side-hugging with her king's departure. Then genuine laughs escaped from us. Toshi-kun, I didn't know you had that in you, she said, still giggling. I shrugged. Guess I have a good role model. I pecked her on the lips, then let go. All right, I really do need to go. Enjoy practice, Captain, she purred, straightening her uniform with casual efficiency. Try not to think about me too much, or Rias for that matter. That's going to be difficult, I admitted with a small smile, adjusting myself discreetly. Her unique giggle followed her as she walked away, hips swaying with deliberate exaggeration. I watched until she disappeared around the corner, then took a moment to compose myself before entering the dojo. When I turned to the cracked door, it slammed shut in a hurry. Little voyeurs. Perspective shift. Murayama, third-person POV. Murayama spun away from the door the moment it moved, her heart hammering against her ribs. The shurnai in her hand suddenly felt very heavy, and she was acutely aware of the other club members scattered around the dojo, all of them pretending with varying degrees of success that they hadn't just been crowding around the entrance like a bunch of gossiping housewives. Kate stood beside her, adjusting her practice uniform with exaggerated care, her pink hair slightly disheveled from how quickly she jerked back from the door. Her face was flushed, whether from embarrassment at being caught or from what they'd all just witnessed. Murayama couldn't tell. That was... Kate started, then trailed off, apparently unable to find appropriate words. Inappropriate, Murayama supplied firmly, though her own cheeks felt warm. Completely inappropriate for school grounds. I was going to say intense, Kate replied, a small smile tugging at her lips despite the situation. The door slid open, and Toshio-sensei stepped inside. Murayama immediately busied herself with checking her shurnai, running her fingers along the bamboo slats, as if inspecting for damage that definitely wasn't there. Around the dojo, the other members suddenly found various tasks that required their complete attention, adjusting uniforms, readying hakama, and examining equipment with scholarly focus. "Good afternoon, everyone," Toshio-sensei said, his voice carrying that same calm authority it always did. "Let me change quickly, then we'll begin." Murayama risked a glance as he walked past toward the changing room. Her breath caught slightly. When had he gotten so big? She turned to Kate, who was also watching their sensei's retreating form with undisguised interest. Once he disappeared into the changing area, Murayama leaned closer, pitching her voice low enough that only her friend could hear. "Is it just me, or has Toshio-sensei seemed different lately?" Kate's eyes lit up with the kind of gleam that meant she'd been thinking the exact same thing and was thrilled to have someone to discuss it with. "Right? I thought I was imagining things, but he's definitely changed since summer break. He looks like..." Murayama paused, trying to find the right words. "Like a college freshman who majored in muscle." The description was apt, if somewhat crude. Over the past month, their sensei had filled out considerably. His shoulders were broader, his arms more defined, and there was a solidity to his frame that hadn't been there before. Even his posture had changed, still relaxed, but with an underlying confidence that made him seem taller. "He's definitely buffer," Kate agreed, her voice taking on a slightly dreamy quality. "And maybe a little taller? Or maybe it's just the way he carries himself now." Murayama nodded, unable to argue with that assessment. The change was subtle but unmistakable. Their sensei had always been attractive in that quiet, understated way, the kind of looks that snuck up on you rather than announcing themselves. But now, she sighed, the sound heavier than she'd intended. "I'm kind of disappointed that he ended up with Akino-senpai." It was true, even if admitting it made her feel slightly pathetic. She'd harbored a small crush on their sensei since he'd first started teaching them, impressed by his skill and dedication. But that ship had clearly sailed, crashed into an iceberg, and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The display they'd all just witnessed through the door crack made that abundantly clear. "I mean, I get it," Murayama continued, keeping her voice low. "Akino-senpai is gorgeous and smart and, well, everything. But still," Kate hummed thoughtfully, her eyes distant. "Honestly, even if he wasn't with her, I don't think I could see myself with him. Not seriously, anyway." "Really?" Murayama turned to look at her friend more directly. "Why not? He's just..." Kate gestured vaguely, as if trying to capture something intangible. "Too much, you know? Too smart, too skilled, too intense. Dating someone like that would be exhausting. I'd constantly feel like I was falling behind, that I'd never measure up." Murayama considered that, recognizing the truth in it. Their sensei existed on a different level than most people their age. He was the smartest student in the entire school, a kendo instructor who'd brought their club to national recognition, and apparently involved in some kind of serious relationship with one of the most popular girls in Kuo Academy. The gap between them felt insurmountable. Though, Kate added, a mischievous smile playing at her lips, "I wouldn't mind borrowing him for a weekend." "Kate." Murayama's voice came out as a strangled whisper, her face immediately heating. She glanced around quickly to make sure no one had overheard, then turned back to her friend with wide eyes. You can't just say things like that. Kate shrugged, completely unrepentant, and giggled. What? I'm just being honest. You can appreciate someone's attractiveness without wanting to date them seriously. Besides, did you see those arms? I bet he could. Stop, Murayama interrupted, covering her face with one hand. Her cheeks felt like they were on fire. I don't need the mental images. Her friend's laughter was quiet but genuine, and despite her embarrassment, Murayama found herself smiling too. This was why they were friends. Kate's could always make her laugh, even when discussing completely inappropriate topics. The changing room door opened, and Toshio-sensei emerged wearing his black shahakusho. The training outfit somehow emphasized the changes to his physique even more than the school uniform had. The fabric stretched across his shoulders and chest in a way that made Murayama very deliberately look elsewhere. All right, everyone, he called out, his voice cutting through the ambient chatter. Line up. We'll start with stretches. The club members moved into formation with practiced efficiency, arranging themselves in neat rows. Murayama took her usual position at the front, Kate's beside her. As vice-captain, she was expected to lead by example, to set the standard for the others to follow. They moved through the stretching routine in comfortable silence, each movement precise and controlled. Murayama focused on her breathing, on the pull of muscles gradually warming up, on anything except the way their sensei moved through the rows, offering corrections and adjustments. Good form, Nakamura, he said to one of the newer members. But remember to keep your back straight. Like this. His teaching style was patient but exacting, never settling for less than their best effort. It was one of the things Murayama respected most about him. He pushed them without breaking them, found the line between challenge and impossibility, and walked it with confidence. After stretches came drills. Basic strikes, defensive postures, and footwork patterns they'd practiced hundreds of times. The repetition was meditative, the familiar movements allowing Murayama's mind to wander while her body worked on autopilot. She thought about how much the club had changed since Toshio-sensei had taken over. Apparently, before him, the Kuo Kendo Club had been respectable but unremarkable, a decent school club that occasionally placed well in local tournaments. Now they were semi-famous in the Kendo world, one of the best teams in the nation. The proof was in the numbers. At regionals last month, 20 spots had been available for advancement to nationals. 17 of those spots had gone to students from Kuo Academy's Kendo Club. 17 out of 20. The other schools had been stunned, and Murayama herself had placed first overall. First, the memory still made something warm bloom in her chest. Years of practice, of dedication, of pushing herself to her absolute limits. All of it had paid off in that moment when they'd announced her name. She'd looked over at Toshio-sensei immediately, needing to see his reaction, and the pride on his face had been worth every drop of sweat, every aching muscle, and every moment of doubt. Pair up for sparring, Toshio-sensei announced, pulling her from the memory. I want to see clean technique. Speed is good, but not at the expense of form. Murayama automatically turned toward Kate's, but their sensei's voice stopped her. Actually, Murayama, hold back for a moment. I want to speak with you. Her heart jumped, though she wasn't sure why. She nodded, stepping aside while the others paired off and began their matches. The sound of shurnai, striking shurnai, filled the dojo, a rhythmic percussion that was as familiar as her own heartbeat. Toshio-sensei approached, and up close the changes to his physique were even more pronounced. Murayama found herself having to tilt her head back slightly more than usual to maintain eye contact. Kate's had been right. He definitely seemed taller. I wanted to congratulate you personally on your performance at regionals, he said, and the genuine warmth in his voice made her chest tighten. First place is an incredible achievement. You should be very proud. Thank you, sensei, she managed, hoping her face wasn't as red as it felt. I had an excellent teacher. A small smile tugged at his lips. You had the discipline and dedication. I just provided guidance. But now we need to focus on nationals. His expression grew more serious, more focused. Coming in first at regionals means you'll have a target on your back. Everyone will be studying your technique, looking for weaknesses to exploit. Murayama nodded, the weight of that reality settling over her shoulders. She'd thought about it, of course, how her victory would change the dynamics at the national level. But hearing it stated so plainly made it feel more real. "I want to spar with you," Toshio-sensei continued. "See how far you've come since regionals, and identify what you need to work on to become number one at nationals. Not just in our region, number one overall. Number one overall." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. He wasn't asking her to do well, or to try her best, or any of the other platitudes people usually offered. He was setting the bar at the absolute top and expecting her to reach it. "I won't let you down, sensei," she said, and meant it with every fiber of her being. His smile returned, genuine and encouraging. "I know you won't. Get your gear. We'll make this the final match of the day, so everyone can observe and learn." Murayama moved to collect her protective equipment, her hands steady despite the nervous energy thrumming through her veins. Around the dojo, she could feel the other members' attention shifting toward them, conversations dying down as they realized what was about to happen. It wasn't often that Toshio-sensei sparred with them directly. He usually focused on teaching, on observation, and on correction. When he did participate, it was always a learning experience, not just for his opponent, but for everyone watching. She finished securing her men, the familiar weight of the head protection grounding her. Through the metal grating, she watched as their sensei completed his own preparations with efficient movements that spoke of countless repetitions. They moved to the center of the dojo, facing each other across the appropriate distance. Murayama settled into her stance, feeling the way her body automatically adjusted. Knees bent just so, weight distributed evenly, shurnai held at the precise angle that allowed for both offense and defense. Across from her, Toshio-sensei's stance was different, looser than hers, almost casual, yet something about it made her instincts scream danger. His grip on the shurnai looked relaxed, but she'd sparred with him enough times before to know that was deceptive. He could move from that position faster than her eyes could track. The dojo had gone completely silent. Even the ongoing matches had stopped, everyone turning to watch. Murayama felt the weight of their attention, but pushed it aside. This wasn't about impressing the others. This was about proving to herself, and to her sensei, that she deserved that first-place finish. "Begin," someone called out. Probably Kates. Murayama didn't rush in. That was a mistake she'd made in their previous sparring sessions, and one she'd learned to avoid. Instead, she circled slowly, watching, analyzing, looking for an opening that her rational mind knew wouldn't appear unless he wanted it to. Toshio-sensei moved with her, maintaining the distance between them. His eyes never left hers, and she found herself unable to look away. There was something different in his gaze now. Not the patient instructor she was used to, but something sharper, more intense. She feinted left, testing his reaction. He didn't take the bait, barely shifting his stance. Of course, he wouldn't fall for something so obvious. She was going to have to actually try. Murayama adjusted her grip fractionally, then launched a proper attack, a men's strike aimed at his head. Fast and clean, the kind of strike that had won her matches at regionals. Her shurnai met empty air. He'd moved, not blocking or parrying, just not being where her strike expected to find him. She recovered quickly, spinning to face him, but he was already back in that deceptively casual stance. "Good speed," he said, his voice carrying across the silent dojo. "But telegraphed. I knew you were going for men before you moved." Murayama gritted her teeth behind her men. He was right, of course. She'd been thinking about the strike before executing it, and somehow he'd read that intention. But how was she supposed to not think about her attacks? She tried again, this time mixing up her approach. A low strike toward his kote, then immediately pivoting to target his due. Surely he couldn't predict two moves in sequence. He sidestepped the first strike, and his shurnai was there to deflect the second with minimal effort. The impact sent vibrations up her arms, and she had to adjust her grip to maintain control. "Better," he acknowledged, but you're still thinking too much. Stop calculating and just feel. Just feel? What did that even mean? Kendo was about precision, about technique, about knowing exactly what your opponent would do before they did it. That's what made her good at it. She pressed forward with a series of strikes, each one technically perfect, each one met with minimal deflection or simple evasion. Her frustration mounted with every failed attempt. This wasn't like their previous sparring sessions. Something had fundamentally changed in how he moved, how he responded. The shurnai felt heavier in her hands with each passing exchange. Sweat trickled down her back beneath her kikuji, and her breathing was starting to come harder. Meanwhile, Toshio-sensei looked completely relaxed, like this was a casual stroll rather than a match. She committed to a full offensive, pouring everything she had into a rapid sequence of strikes. Men do kote, mixing high and low, left and right, try to overwhelm him with sheer volume. Her arms burned with the effort, muscles screaming, but she pushed through it. Nothing landed. It was like fighting smoke. Every strike found emptiness. Every combination fell apart as he flowed around her attacks with movements that seemed impossible. He wasn't faster than her. She could track his motion, but somehow he was never where she needed him to be. Her final strike left her overextended and off balance. She knew at the instant her weight shifted too far forward, knew she'd made a critical error. His shurnai tapped her men with barely any force, a touch that wouldn't have hurt if she'd been wearing no protection at all. But it was unmistakably a clean hit. Point, someone called out. Murayama stumbled back, chest heaving, her arms trembling from exertion. The dojo was completely silent except for her ragged breathing. Through the grating of her men, she saw Toshio-sensei lower his shurnai, his breathing barely elevated. How? She'd given everything she had, every technique she'd perfected, and every ounce of speed and precision she'd developed. And he'd handled it like she was a complete beginner. The gap between them felt insurmountable. Crushing. Again, she said, forcing the word out despite her burning lungs. Please, sensei. Again. He regarded her for a long moment, and she couldn't read his expression. Then he nodded, settling back into that impossible stance. She attacked immediately this time, not bothering with analysis or strategy. Just pure aggression, trying to find any opening, any weakness. Her shurnai became a blur of motion, strikes flowing one into another without pause. Nothing. He moved like water, like air, like something that existed between the spaces of her attacks. And when her energy finally flagged, when her arms couldn't maintain that furious pace anymore, his shurnai tapped her due with that same gentle precision. Point. She wanted to scream. Instead, she forced herself to straighten, to maintain her composure, even as humiliation burned in her chest. This was supposed to be a demonstration of how far she'd come, a chance to prove she deserved her first-place finish. Instead, it had become a brutal reminder of how much further she still had to go. Murayama, Toshio-sensei's voice cut through her spiral of self-recrimination. Do you know why you lost? She wanted to say something sharp, something defensive. Because you're better than me. Because I'm not good enough. Because I'll never reach your level. But she swallowed those bitter thoughts and shook her head. You're fighting with your head instead of your instincts. He moved closer, his posture relaxing now that the match was over. Every strike you made was technically perfect. Your form was flawless. But you were calculating each move before executing it, and that split-second delay is what I was exploiting. But how else am I supposed to fight? The words came out more frustrated than she'd intended. Kendo is about precision and technique. That's what you taught us. Precision and technique are the foundation, he agreed. But once those are mastered, you must rely on instinct to guide them. Let your instinct, based on that foundation, use your body as a conduit, your sword and body becoming one. His wisdom with Kendo never ceased to amaze her. Yes, sensei, she said, bowing. Thank you for the match. That's all for today, everyone. See everyone back in a couple days. Make sure to practice your forms not until you get it right, but practice until we can't get it wrong. All the Kendo members, Murayama included, said in unison. As he left to go change, Murayama couldn't help but hold awe in her gaze that pierced his retreating form. Kate nudged her with her elbow, breaking her out of her stupor. Great job out there. Even though he makes it look easy, you're definitely better than all of us, me included. Murayama smiled at her friend. Thanks, Kate. Determination filled Murayama's eyes. I'll win nationals. Just you watch, sensei. Kate smiled at her best friend. Oh hey, since my parents work with the local shrine keepers, my dad asked me to stop by a shrine that's on my way home. You want to go with me? That wasn't surprising to Murayama. Kate's parents were extremely busy with the company they ran, and often asked Kate's to do small tasks since she was basically free labor. Thankfully, none of those tasks were very involved. Come on, girl. You know we do everything together. Hey, I was just asking. They both laughed as they headed to the locker room to change. The satisfying crack of fists striking the training dummy echoed through my basement, sweat dripping down my bare chest as I finished the strike, energy swirling around my arm. Not bad. Toshi-kun. Kuroka purred from her perch on the weight bench, her golden eyes tracking my movements with that predatory interest she always seemed to have. Your senjutsu flow has improved remarkably over these past 2 months, Naya. I dare say you're close to mastering flow. I lowered my stance, letting the energy dissipate. The circulation of ki and nature energy had become second nature now, not quite effortless, but no longer requiring the intense concentration it had initially demanded. What surprised me was that ki cultivation and senjutsu flow remained skills after they fused to create senjutsu dichotomy, the first time this had happened. To my understanding, ki cultivation, rank max, helped expand ki reserves. Senjutsu flow, rank max, learned how to control it. Senjutsu dichotomy, which was now rank 8, perfectly synced that process with the addition of nature energy. I was disappointed that even though hitting max on ki cultivation did improve my base ki levels quite a bit, it was mainly the peak of how fast I could grow my ki levels, unlike how Ryoka Dominion worked. When using dichotomy, it enhanced my power, senses, speed, and awareness, almost on par with Ryoryoku enhancement skills. The only downside was the negative energy absorption. Kuroka had drilled the importance of mastering ki and senjutsu before moving on to tuki, saying my tuki would be leaps and bounds stronger with that foundation. The problem was that took time. Thanks, I said, grabbing a towel to wipe my face. Though I'm still frustrated that I won't have tuki mastered before the trip. 3 days isn't enough time to finish this and learn tuki. Kuroka's tail swished behind her in that way that meant she was about to say something teasing. Oh yes, I remember when you were so frustrated with your progress that you accidentally obliterated half the basement wall, Naya. That was quite the mess to clean up. I scratched my cheek at the memory. In my defense, I didn't know the wave motion spell I created was going to tear right through the relatively strong barrier magic my basement was laced with. It was a learning experience, I said defensively. It was hilarious, she corrected, standing and stretching in that feline way of hers. Her black kimono hung loosely off one shoulder as always, her breast threatening to pop out at any minute. Watching you scramble to come up with excuses for those supernatural contractors. Even that one devil who specialized in barrier magic couldn't believe you. A human broke through it, Naya. I snorted despite myself. Upon initial testing of my new creation, I'm just happy it worked, despite the consequences to my house. I said the last part, looking away from the feline woman. Definitely not bashful. Despite. She giggled, then moved closer, running one finger down my chest and tracing the lines of muscle I developed. But you've come far, Toshi-kun. Even without tuki, you have plenty of new spells in your arsenal. You're much stronger than you were 2 months ago. That was true, at least. Between the senjutsu training with Kuroka and my own experimentation with theoretical runic formulas, I'd expanded my capabilities significantly. The defensive barrier I'd been working on was nearly complete, and I'd refined several offensive techniques that made use of my dual casting skill. I had even made some interesting fusion spells I was eager to test against something I didn't mind killing. Like demons. I just hope it's enough, I admitted, moving to sit on the bench. If something does happen in Kyoto, and let's be honest, the odds made it incredibly probable, I need to be ready. Kuroka settled beside me, her warmth pressing against my side. I'll be keeping watch over Kuo while you're gone, Naya. If any demons show their ugly faces here, I'll let you know immediately. Thanks. That actually makes me feel better. I turned to look at her, studying the way her hazel-tipped black hair framed her face. Speaking of which, have you given any more thought to how you're going to approach Kaneko? Her expression shifted immediately, that confident mask sliding into place. Of course, Naya. I have an elaborate scheme, all planned out. Very sophisticated. Lots of moving parts. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Yes, really. Her tail swished with more agitation now. I've been thinking about it extensively. Uh-huh. I kept my voice neutral, watching as tiny cracks appeared in her composure. And what exactly does this elaborate scheme involve? Well, it's complicated, Naya. She shifted slightly, not quite meeting my eyes. There are multiple phases, you see, and contingencies. Many contingencies. Kuroka, and I've been consulting with. Kuroka. Kidnapping doesn't count. That's a crime, not a plan. She deflated slightly, her shoulders slumping. Fine then. I have no plan, Naya, she pouted. I couldn't help it. A snort of amusement escaped before I could stop it. The mighty Kuroka, an SS-class criminal and master of senjutsu, spiritual poison, Jiu-jitsu, and devil magic, is completely stumped by how to make up with her little sister. It's not funny, she protested, though I could see the corners of her mouth twitching. This is serious, Naya. I know it is, I said, composing myself and pulling her closer. But you can't keep putting it off forever. Kaneko deserves to know the truth. She deserves to have her sister back. Just like you. I know that. Her voice had gone quieter, more vulnerable. But what if Chiron still hates me after I explain everything? What if knowing the truth doesn't change anything? Then at least you'll have tried. I tilted her chin up, so she had to look at me. But I doubt that would happen. Despite the circumstances, you both love each other. Kaneko just doesn't know how much yet. I tried to encourage her. This got a small smile out of her as she gazed down. Yeah, maybe, she mumbled. Also, I think we're going to need help with this. Rias and her peerage. They're not going to just let you waltz up to Kaneko without interference. Not unless they understand what's really going on. Kuroka's eyes widened slightly. This again. She looked up at me, eyes displaying clear annoyance and anger. Yes, this again. I'm not saying right now. When we get back from Kyoto. I held her gaze, trying to convey how serious I was. They need to understand that you're not a threat, that you had reasons for what you did. Otherwise, they'll just try to keep Kaneko away from you, and you'll never get the chance to explain. It's unrealistic to think you can have a relationship with her, but not involve yourself with the peerage she's now a part of. She was quiet for a long moment, her golden eyes searching mine. I could practically see the internal struggle playing out, her desire to reconnect with her sister warring against her fear of rejection and her instinct to remain hidden. I'll think about it, Naya, she finally said, though her tone suggested she was far from convinced. That's all I'm asking. I pressed a kiss to her forehead. Just promise me you'll actually think about it, not just say you will and then avoid the topic. When did you become so pushy, Naya? But there was fondness in her voice rather than irritation. I'll learn from the best, I replied with a grin, moving her kimono so it slid more off of her arm so that I could grope her breast. She swatted my hand playfully, then stood. You should shower and get ready. Don't you have that meeting at that Gremory's house soon? I glanced at the clock on the wall and swore softly. She was right. I had about 40 minutes before I needed to be there. The final planning session before the Kyoto trip, with Rias, Akino, Kiba, Sona, and Tsubaki. Even Kaneko would be there, though she wouldn't be coming on the trip itself. Yeah, I should get moving. I stood, stretching muscles that were pleasantly sore from training. You gonna be okay here by yourself? I survived long before I met you. Toshi-kun, she said with amusement. I think I can manage a few hours, Naya. Fair point. I headed upstairs to shower, letting the hot water wash away the sweat and grime from training. My mind was already shifting gears, moving from training to the upcoming meeting. What new information would Rias have? Had Surzex discovered anything about the old demon faction's movements? The quiet of the past 2 months bothered me more than I cared to admit. After the massacre at Mount Kumatori, I'd expected something, more attacks, more evidence of demon activity, anything to indicate what they were planning. Instead, there had been nothing but silence, at least as far as I was concerned. And that silence felt like the calm before a storm. I dressed quickly, dark jeans and a button-down shirt that Aquino had insisted made my eyes look dangerously attractive, and checked my inventory. Shinjuku was secured, along with several emergency supplies I'd taken to carrying everywhere. Better to be over-prepared than caught off guard. The walk to Ria's house took about 20 minutes. The Gremory estate in Kuo was impressive without being ostentatious. A large Western-style mansion that managed to blend into the upscale neighborhood despite its size. I'd been here enough times now that the guards at the gate simply nodded me through. Aquino answered the door before I could knock, her violet eyes lighting up as she pulled me inside. "Toshi-kun," she purred, immediately pressing herself against me for a kiss that was far more thorough than a simple greeting required. Her hand slid up my chest, fingers curling into my shirt as her tongue traced my lower lip. I responded in kind, one hand finding her ass cheek while the other cupped the back of her neck. She tasted like the tea she always brewed. "I missed you," she murmured against my mouth when we finally broke apart. "I saw you this morning," I pointed out, though I was smiling. "And that was far too long ago." She took my hand, leading me deeper into the house. "Everyone's already in the sitting room. Sona's been here for a while already, so we're all just waiting on you." She grabbed my butt, causing me to look at her with a raised eyebrow. Or they could wait a little longer while we have some fun in here," she said seductively, licking her lips. I doubt Rias would appreciate the tardiness, nor the sounds we'd make. I snorted in amusement at her horny antics. One thing I've learned about Aquino during my time with her: this girl was insatiable. Not that I was complaining. I wouldn't be opposed. Maybe they could come watch and learn something, she said with an innocent smile, contrasting it with a very suggestive wink. We walked through the door to the meeting room, our sides practically conjoined with our closeness. Can't say I'm opposed to spectators. Perspective shift, Rias. As they entered through the door, I was curious what Toshio had meant by that. A fight, maybe? I focused back, ignoring their closeness. "Toshio, nice to see you," I greeted. I watched as Toshio returned my greeting with a nod, his steel blue eyes meeting mine briefly before Aquino pulled him toward the couch. The way she practically draped herself over him would have been amusing if it didn't make something in my chest tighten uncomfortably. "Glad you could make it," I continued, keeping my voice neutral and professional. "We have a lot to cover before the trip." Sona adjusted her glasses from where she sat in one of the armchairs, Tsubaki standing attentively beside her. "Indeed. The departure is in 3 days, and we need to ensure everyone is properly prepared for potential complications." Kiba sat on the opposite couch, his usual pleasant expression in place, while Kaneko occupied the floor near my chair, a piece of candy already in her mouth. The small gathering felt intimate despite the serious nature of our meeting. I tried not to notice how Aquino's hand rested possessively on Toshio's thigh, or how she leaned into him with complete comfort. They've been like this for 2 months now, and I should have been used to it. I was happy for my queen, truly I was. Aquino deserved someone who could match her intensity, who could see past her masks to the person underneath. But watching them together still made me feel something I've been trying very hard not to examine too closely. "So," I said, forcing myself to focus on the matter at hand, "let's start with what we know. Oni-sama sent me an update this morning." I pulled out a folder from the table beside my chair. I opened the folder and scanned the contents, my stomach sinking slightly as I reviewed the information. The only thing that's come up since Mount Kumatori was 2 other minor ley line shrines being attacked. Both were hit hard, similar levels of carnage, the same ritualistic desecration. But since then, I looked up at the assembled group. It's been completely quiet. Toshio's expression darkened immediately. his posture shifting from relaxed to alert in an instant. "When did these attacks happen?" "About a week after you discovered the first shrine," I replied, noting how his jaw tightened. One was in the mountains near Nagano, the other closer to the coast in Shizuoka Prefecture. "And the Yukai didn't station additional guards at other shrines after the first attack?" His tone carried an edge of frustration that I rarely heard from him. That seems like a massive oversight. I felt my own frustration rise in response, though I tried to keep it from my voice. They were attacked very soon after the first incident, within days. There wasn't time to make garrison adjustments before Serafal-sama was able to show Yasaka the evidence from Mount Kumatori. By the time the Yukai leadership mobilized a response, 2 more shrines had already fallen. Sona nodded, her expression grim. The speed of the attacks suggests coordination and planning. Whoever is orchestrating this knew they had a narrow window before the Yukai could respond effectively. "Which means they're not acting randomly," Toshio said, his fingers drumming against his thigh in a pattern I'd learned meant he was processing information rapidly. 3 attacks in quick succession, then nothing for nearly 2 months. That's not a pause in activity. That's a deliberate strategy. Akino's hand tightened on his leg, her playful demeanor from earlier completely gone. "You think they got what they needed from those 3 shrines? Or they're waiting for something?" he replied. "Building up power, preparing for a larger move. The energy they drained from those ley line nodes had to go somewhere." The thought made my blood run cold. I'd been thinking the same thing, but hearing it stated so plainly made it feel more real, more immediate. Oni Aisama has stationed devil observers at every known ley line node in Japan now, I said, trying to inject some reassurance into my voice. The Yukai have also increased their patrols significantly and are cooperating with us devils against the common enemy. If there's another attack, we'll know about it immediately. "That's good," Toshio acknowledged, though his expression remained troubled. "But it still doesn't answer the bigger question. Why Kyoto? If their goal is just to drain ley lines, there's smaller, less protected nodes they could target. Kyoto is heavily guarded, and attacking there would draw an immediate response from multiple factions. Unless that's exactly what they want," Kiba stated grimly. "Maybe they're after another war. Though, I can't see them winning going against the devils and Yukai, let alone the others. Based on what I knew from my brother, victory against devils alone would be a long shot, let alone both factions. Unfortunately, we don't have those answers. Speculating won't get us anywhere. So let's focus on what we do know," I said, trying to steer the conversation back from the spiral. "Sorry, President, you're right," Kiba apologized, causing me to smile briefly at his composed politeness. I always found it endearing. Despite being relatively close in age, he always seemed like a little brother. I shook my head free of my thoughts. The surveillance teams have been monitoring known old demon faction strongholds, but there's been no movement, no activity at all. "That's concerning," Tsubaki said, her voice calm but analytical. 2 months of complete silence after such a brutal attack suggests they're either planning something significant or have gone into hiding. "Or both," Toshio added. His voice carried that quality it always had during strategic discussions, focused, intelligent, and cutting straight to the heart of the matter. If they're planning to target Kyoto, they'd want to avoid drawing attention beforehand. No point in revealing their position when they could just wait for the perfect opportunity. I nodded, appreciating how quickly he grasped the implications. Exactly what Oni Aisama thinks, which is why he's arranged for additional security during our trip, though it will be discreet. "How discreet?" Sona asked, leaning forward slightly. "Yukai guards in civilian clothing, mostly. They'll be positioned throughout the city, particularly near major ley line nodes and shrines. We won't see them unless something happens." I flipped through the papers in my folder. Serafal-sama has also coordinated with Yasaka to increase patrols around Kyoto's main ley line. If anyone tries anything there, they'll have to go through some of the strongest Yukai in Japan. Yasaka herself is guarding the second largest ley line with a few of her generals, so her main force can guard the main one. I'm guessing that way there are more troops to fight off a large attack force. I saw Toshio nodding with my analysis. I wasn't sure why I looked to him for approval, but didn't dwell on it. What about our human classmates? Kiba spoke up, his expression growing more serious. If something does happen, they'll be caught in the crossfire. That was the part that worried me most. 200 students from Kuo Academy would be in Kyoto for the school trip. 200 innocent humans who had no idea the supernatural world existed, let alone that they might be walking into a potential war zone. The teachers have been briefed, the ones who know about our world. At least, I said carefully. If there's any indication of danger, they'll evacuate the students immediately. And both mine and Sona's peerages will be on high alert the entire time. I've also arranged for several members of my peerage to patrol in shifts, Sona added. We'll maintain continuous surveillance throughout the trip. I caught Toshio's expression shift slightly, his brow furrowing in that way it did when he was thinking through scenarios. Why is there not more devil representation? Why do we, as students, have to take up the responsibility of patrolling for a land that isn't even theirs? Toshio asked. It was a very valid question. I'm assuming the Pillar families don't see the old demon faction as a threat, likely due to them targeting yokai rather than devils. They probably wouldn't get involved at all if it weren't for Oni-sama and Serafal-sama. Serafal, as the Satan of interspecies diplomacy, is always trying to establish good relationships with other factions, especially our neighbors. Oni-sama, because I think he has a grudge to settle from the last war. Toshio sighed, clearly displeased with how devil nobility operated. I couldn't agree more. Toshio continued. What about transportation? If we need to evacuate quickly, how do we move that many humans without causing a panic? Magic circles, I replied. We've set up several emergency teleportation points throughout the city. If necessary, we can move groups of students directly back to Kuo within minutes. We'll have our familiars on standby for mass memory altering. He nodded, seeming satisfied with that answer. I found myself appreciating his tactical mindset, the way he thought through contingencies and worst-case scenarios. It was one of the things that made him so valuable, even though he wasn't part of my peerage. Even though I'd pushed him away, I pushed that thought aside, focusing back on the briefing. There's one more thing. Oni-sama wants us to avoid direct confrontation if possible. If we encounter any old demon faction members, our priority is to gather information and retreat. We're not to engage unless absolutely necessary. Because we're outmatched, Toshio said bluntly. Because we're students, I corrected, though his assessment wasn't wrong. We're skilled, but we're not equipped to handle demon generals or large-scale attacks. That's what the adult devils and yokai are for. Sona made a small sound of agreement. Discretion is the better part of valor in this case. Our role is reconnaissance and protection of our fellow students, not heroics. I saw Toshio's jaw tighten slightly, and I wondered what he was thinking. He'd been the one to discover the massacre at Mount Komatori, had seen firsthand what the old demon faction was capable of. I knew that had affected him, even if he didn't talk about it much. The protective instinct that drove him wouldn't sit well with the idea of running from a fight. Understood, he said after a moment, though I detected a note of reluctance in his voice. Akino's hand moved up to his shoulder, squeezing gently. The gesture was intimate, comforting, and I forced myself to ignore it. What about accommodations? Kiba asked, mercifully changing the subject. Where will everyone be staying? I was grateful for the shift in topic. The school has booked several traditional inns throughout Kyoto. Our peerage will be at the Sakura Inn in the Higashiyama district. It's centrally located and near several major shrines. Sona's peerage will be at the Katsura Inn on the western side of the city. This splits our grade up into two groups, making it easier to manage them. Strategic positioning, Tsubaki observed. That gives us coverage across most of the major tourist areas, too. Exactly. I pulled out a map from my folder, spreading it across the coffee table. Red marks indicated the locations of known ley line nodes. Blue marks showed our accommodations, and green marks represented the emergency teleportation points. We'll be able to respond quickly to any incidents in our respective areas. Toshio leaned forward to study the map, and I found my attention drawn to the way his brow furrowed in concentration. He'd changed so much over the past few months, not just physically, though that was obvious enough. The emotional drive to protect and grow stronger had been blossoming in him, and his demeanor clearly showed it, especially in situations like this. This node here, he said, pointing to a red mark near the Golden Pavilion, is relatively isolated. Easy target if someone wanted to drain it without drawing immediate attention. Wouldn't be unreasonable to think it could be a first target. Good eye, Sona acknowledged. I'll make sure we have extra surveillance in that area. We continued discussing logistics for another hour, patrol schedules, communication protocols, and contingency plans. It was tedious but necessary work, and I was impressed by how seriously everyone took it. Even Kaneko, who usually showed minimal interest in planning sessions, was paying close attention. As the meeting wound down, I noticed Akino whispering something in Toshio's ear that made him smirk slightly. The intimacy of the gesture made something twist in my stomach, and I looked away before they could notice me staring. Is there anything else we need to cover? Sona asked, gathering her notes. I don't think so, I replied, trying to keep the exhaustion from my voice. Just remember, stay alert, stay together, and don't take unnecessary risks. This trip should be enjoyable for our classmates. Let's do everything we can to keep it that way. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the meeting began to break up. Kiba excused himself first, mentioning something about training. Kaneko followed shortly after, probably heading back to her room for a nap. Sona and Tsubaki left together, discussing additional security measures they wanted to implement, which left me alone with Akino and Toshio. I busied myself with collecting the papers scattered across the coffee table, very deliberately not looking at them. I could hear Akino's soft laugh, could sense the easy affection between them, and it made me feel like an intruder in my own home. Toshio, do you want to stay the night again? Akino asked. I couldn't withhold a wince. I never got to sleep at a reasonable hour when he stayed the night, thanks to the noise they made. How they were so awake the next morning was beyond me. Glancing at them, I saw Akino teasing him, both verbally and physically, once he agreed. Rias, Akino's voice cut through my thoughts. We're going to head up. Unless you needed something. I looked up to find them both standing, Akino's hand intertwined with Toshio's. They looked good together, I realized with a pang, matched in a way that went beyond physical attraction. No, I'm fine, I said, forcing a smile. Thank you both for coming. I'll probably see you both tomorrow. Okay, but feel free to join us if you get too bored tonight. I felt a little heat rise to my cheeks. I closed my eyes and sighed. That's the last thing I wanted, right? Good night, Akino. I glanced over at Toshio. Toshio met my eyes, and for a moment I thought I saw something there. Concern, maybe? Or was I just projecting what I wanted to see? Take care of yourself, Rias, he said quietly. Get some rest before the trip. You look tired. The sentiment was nice, but apparently they didn't know how loud they tended to be. Regardless, the observation was accurate but unexpected, and I felt my carefully maintained composure slip slightly. I will. Thank you, Toshio. They left hand in hand, and I listened to their footsteps fade down the hallway. Only when I heard the door close behind them did I allow myself to slump back in my chair, pressing my palms against my eyes. What was wrong with me? I'd been the one to create distance between us. I'd been the one to push him toward Akino, to encourage their relationship. I'd made that choice deliberately, knowing that getting involved with him would complicate everything. My arranged marriage to Riser, my responsibilities as a Gremory, and my role as a king to my peerage. So why did seeing them together hurt so much? Because you're an idiot, I muttered to myself. The room felt too quiet now, too empty. I gathered the remaining papers mechanically, filing them away with movements that required no thought. My mind kept circling back to Toshio. The way he'd looked at me during our walks months ago, the concern in his voice just now, the distance I'd forced between us. I told myself it was for the best, that keeping things professional and friendly was the smart choice, that my feelings were just a passing attraction that would fade with time and distance. But 2 months later, those feelings hadn't faded at all. If anything, they'd grown stronger, more insistent, and impossible to ignore no matter how hard I tried. And now he was with Akino. My best friend. My queen. Someone who deserved happiness more than almost anyone I knew. I should have been happy for them. I was happy for them. I was also miserable, and I hated myself for it. Triple X. Later that night, I was reading a romance novel, a guilty pleasure of mine, sitting naked in bed as I always did every night. Only I was distracted. I tried to focus on the words in front of me, but they might as well have been written in an ancient language I'd never studied. The elegant prose that usually captivated me felt hollow tonight, unable to hold my attention for more than a few sentences at a time. A muffled sound came through the wall, barely audible, but unmistakable. My fingers tightened on the book's spine. Not again. I'd known this would happen when Toshio agreed to stay over. It happened every single time. And every single time, I told myself I wouldn't let it bother me, that I was mature enough to ignore it, to put in earbuds, or cast a silencing spell on my own room. But I never did. Some masochistic part of me always listened, torturing myself with the evidence of what I'd given up. Another sound filtered through, louder this time, definitely Aquino's voice. I set the book down on my nightstand with more force than necessary. The sharp crack of it hitting was satisfying in a petty way. This was ridiculous. I was a high-class devil, an heiress to the Gremory clan, and I was sitting here in my own home being kept awake by my queen's sexual activities. The absurdity of the situation would have been funny if it didn't make me want to scream. I flopped back against my pillows, staring at the ceiling and trying to will myself to sleep. Maybe if I just ignored it, it would stop. Maybe they'd finish quickly tonight, and I could finally get some rest. A particularly loud moan shattered that hope immediately. My face burned despite the fact that I was alone. The walls were supposed to be well insulated. I had this manor built with soundproofing enchantments. But apparently, Aquino's voice had the power to pierce through even the strongest magical barriers when she was in the throes of passion. Of course it did. Everything about Aquino was designed to be noticed, to command attention. Why would her pleasure be any different? I pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the sounds, but that somehow made them more vivid. My imagination filled in the details my eyes couldn't see, painting pictures I desperately didn't want in my head. Toshio's hands on her skin, his mouth on hers, the way his muscles would flex as he... Stop it, I hissed to myself. Just stop. But my body wasn't listening to my mind. Heat was pooling low in my stomach. My skin felt too sensitive, and I was acutely aware of my nakedness in a way I usually wasn't. The sheets suddenly felt too rough against my bare skin, every small movement sending unwanted sensations through me. This was wrong. I shouldn't be getting aroused listening to my best friend and the man I'd pushed away. I should put on clothes, march down to the guest room on the other side of the manor, and spend the night there where I couldn't hear anything. Another moan, this one almost a scream of pleasure. That was it. I couldn't take this anymore. I threw off the sheets and stood, my body moving before my brain could fully process what I was doing. I was on a march over there and tell them to keep it down. This was my house, and I deserved to sleep in peace. It was a completely reasonable request. I stalked toward my door, yanking it open with perhaps more force than necessary. The hallway was dark, the moonlight filtering through the windows providing just enough illumination to see by. My bare feet were silent against the hardwood floors as I moved toward Aquino's room. I was halfway there before I realized I'd forgotten something rather important. Clothes. I stopped, looking down at my completely naked body. A flush of embarrassment heated my cheeks, but I didn't turn back. What did it matter, really? It was just Aquino and Toshio, and they'd both seen naked bodies before. Devils weren't as prudish about nudity as humans anyway. Nudity never particularly bothered me anyway. I was quite proud of my body. Besides, I was too frustrated to care about propriety right now. I continued forward, each step bringing me closer to Aquino's door. The sounds were louder out here, no longer muffled by walls. I could hear skin against skin, could hear Aquino's breathless gasps and encouraging words. My hand raised to knock, but I froze as Aquino's voice rang out clearly. Toshio. She rarely ever used his given name. The way she screamed it, pure ecstasy, complete abandon, made something clench deep inside me. My hand fell back to my side as I stood there in the dark hallway, my heart pounding for reasons that had nothing to do with anger anymore. I should knock. I should announce my presence and tell them to quiet down like I'd planned. Instead, my hand moved to the doorknob. It turned silently under my fingers, unlocked because of course it was. Aquino had never been shy about anything other than her heritage. I eased the door open just a crack, telling myself I was only checking to make sure they were okay. That this was perfectly reasonable behavior for a king checking on her peerage. The lie tasted bitter even in my own mind. The sight that greeted me through the narrow opening stole what little breath I had left. Aquino was on her hands and knees on the bed, her beautiful face twisted in pleasure, her long black hair cascading down her back. And behind her, his hands gripping her hips with clear strength, was Toshio. I'd seen him shirtless before during training sessions and had appreciated his physique in an abstract way. But seeing him like this, muscles rippling with each powerful thrust, his face intense with concentration and desire, was something else entirely. He was magnificent. My hand unconsciously moved to my breast, fingers brushing against my hardened nipple. When had that happened? When had my body started responding without my permission? I watched as Toshio's hands slid up Aquino's sides, one moving to tangle in her hair while the other gripped her hip harder. The position gave me a clear view of his body, of the way his muscles flexed and moved, and of the sheer masculine power he was displaying. And his size. I had seen it that night. I saved his life. But seeing him fully erect, seeing him use that impressive length with such confidence and skill, it made my mouth go dry and my core clench with need. Was he always this aggressive? The thought flitted through my mind as I watched him pull Aquino's hair, making her arch her back further. Or was this specifically what Aquino liked, what she needed? I hoped desperately it was the latter. I wasn't in a pain the way Aquino was and didn't crave the rough treatment she seemed to thrive on. But watching him dominate her, seeing the pure pleasure on my queen's face, it awakened something in me I hadn't known existed. My hand slid lower, past my stomach, drawn by an impulse I couldn't control anymore. My fingers found wetness between my thighs, evidence of my shameful arousal. I bit my lip to keep from making any sound as I began to touch myself, my eyes never leaving the scene before me. Toshio shifted his angle, and I suddenly realized with shock what hole he was using. My face burned even hotter, if that was even possible at this point. Anal sex. They were having anal sex, and from the sound Aquino was making, she was loving every second of it. I couldn't imagine doing that. The very thought made me squirm uncomfortably. But watching it, seeing the way Aquino responded, imagining what it would feel like to trust someone that completely, it was intoxicating. My fingers moved faster, circling my clit with increasing pressure as I watched them. I imagined it was me on that bed, me being held by those strong hands, me making those sounds of pleasure. But in my fantasy, we were face to face. I could see his eyes, could kiss him, could feel him moving inside me the way it was meant to be, the way I denied myself. Toshio's movements became more erratic, his grip on Aquino tightening. I could tell he was close, could see in the tension of his shoulders and the way his jaw clenched. "Come at me," Aquino gasped. "Fill me up, master. I want to feel it." His groan was deep and primal as he thrust forward one final time, his body going rigid. And that sight, watching him climax, seeing the pleasure wash over his features, was what pushed me over the edge. So wrapped up in my climax, her calling him master didn't even register. My orgasm hit me like lightning, pleasure exploding through my core and radiating outward. My knees buckled slightly, and I had to brace myself against the doorframe to keep from falling. Wetness gushed down my thighs, more than I'd ever experienced before, pooling on the hardwood floor beneath me. Oh, Satans! What had I done? Horror crashed through the lingering pleasure as reality reasserted itself. I just masturbated while watching my best friend and the man I'd rejected having sex. I'd squirted all over the floor outside Aquino's room, and I was still standing here, completely naked, one hand between my legs, the other braced against the doorframe. I jerked backward, pulling the door closed as silently as I'd opened it. My heart was hammering so hard I was sure they'd be able to hear it, even through their postcoital haze. I stared at the puddle on the floor, undeniable evidence of what I'd just done. I couldn't leave it there, but I also couldn't stay here and risk them finding me. My legs felt shaky as I hurried back to my room, closing the door behind me and leaning against it. My breathing was ragged, my body still trembling with aftershocks. My hand was still wet from touching myself, and the scent of my arousal filled my nostrils. What is wrong with me? I stumbled to my bathroom on unsteady legs, turning on the shower with fumbling hands. The water was cold when I stepped under it, and I welcomed the shock of it against my overheated skin. Maybe it would wash away the shame, the guilt, the overwhelming confusion of what I just experienced. But as I stood there under the spray, I knew the truth. No amount of water could wash away what I'd felt watching them. The jealousy, yes, but also the desire. The desperate, aching want that I'd been suppressing for months. I wanted Toshio, not just physically, though gods, I wanted that too, but emotionally. I wanted to be the one in his arms, the one making him smile, the one he stayed up late talking to about everything and nothing. I wanted what Aquino had, and I hated myself for it, because I'd had my chance. He'd been interested in me first. He'd made that clear in the way he looked at me, the way he found excuses to spend time with me. And I'd pushed him away, convinced myself it was the right thing to do. Listen to my damn brother and family, all for the sake of House Gremory. And now I was standing in my shower at God's knew what hour, my body still humming with the aftereffects of an orgasm I'd given myself while watching him with someone else. I pressed my forehead against the cool tile, letting the water cascade over me. Tomorrow I'd have to face them both. Tomorrow I'd have to pretend everything was normal, that I hadn't done something so monumentally inappropriate. Wait, didn't he have the ability to sense people? The thought made my heart drop, silently hoping he had been too distracted to notice. The previous feeling intensified. Tomorrow I'd have to continue living with the consequences of my choices. Hopefully this last one went unnoticed. But tonight, alone in my shower with only the sound of running water for company, I let myself admit the truth I'd been running from for months. I wanted him. I wanted Toshio a mono more than I'd wanted anything in my life. And I'd thrown away my chance because I was too afraid of what it might mean, too concerned with duty and propriety and maintaining the careful distance I thought I needed. Only being close friends was too difficult, too painful. I slid down the shower wall, pulling my knees to my chest as the water continued to pour over me. The image of them together was burned into my mind, not just the physical act, but the intimacy of it, the trust, the way Aquino had surrendered herself completely to him, knowing he'd take care of her. That's what I wanted, not the pain or the roughness necessarily, but that level of trust, that connection. I stayed in the shower until the water ran cold, until my fingers were pruned and my skin felt raw. Only then did I finally drag myself out, wrapping a towel around my body with mechanical movements. When I returned to my bedroom, I caught sight of myself in the full-length mirror. My hair was plastered to my head, my skin still flushed, and my eyes bright with unshed tears I refused to let fall. Pathetic, I whispered to my reflection. You're absolutely pathetic, Rias Gremory. But knowing that didn't make the wanting stop. It didn't erase the image of Toshio's body, powerful and confident. It didn't silence Aquino's cries of pleasure echoing down the hallway, which had thankfully stopped. I either needed to give in or move on. But finding someone that could compete with Toshio, that would be a difficult task. As I settled into bed, my last thoughts were the hope that someone could show up soon so this unbearable feeling could end. I'd even be willing to lower my standards, but only a little.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.